Hello! Ho, ho!
Deste risco de atrair um súbito ganho verbal.
Treasure Train? O que é um Treasure Train? Gente, essa é uma das minhas coisas favoritas dos últimos dias. Olá. Espero que vocês estejam bem hoje. Tentando convencer o Paedro a jogar Nier Automata. Paedro tá aqui? Se ele não tiver, você faz um clipe pra mandar pra ele, tá bom? Ok? Eu vou ser incrivelmente ponderado e maduro em relação a isso. Aliás, eu só quero falar pra vocês uma coisa antes disso. Eu tô meio que devagando já. Eu odeio o conector micro USB. Eu não sei se esse cabo é vagabundo, custou caro esse cabo, mas esse cabo já tá dando problema de conexão. Eu não sei se o problema de conexão é no conector do DualShock 4 ou se é o cabo em si, mas já tô vendo ele meio dobradinho. É tipo, que merda, velho. Enfim. Voltar aqui pro negócio do Nier Automata. Eu vou ser incrivelmente ponderado e elegante sobre esse assunto, tá bom? Paedro, isso é uma mensagem pra você.
Jogaço da porra, vai se fuder, mano. O que você tá esperando, porra?
Eu puxei o cabo aqui, eu acho que deve ser isso. Ops. E aí, gente, como é que vocês estão? Me fala, conversem comigo, como vocês estão hoje? Eu estou exausto. Gente, pelo amor de Deus, eu não aguento mais fazer nada. Nada. Mais um exausto e com sono, ok. Carol, Heft, como vocês estão? Se todo mundo falar que tá exausto e com sono, eu faço a stream dos cansados aqui. Que eu tô roubando a ideia do Dan, nesse caso, mas enfim. Ninguém fala pra ele. Dormiu por 9 horas, então sem sono. Bom, pelo menos alguém dormiu por 9 horas. Alguém conseguiu dormir. Não conseguiu me relacionar. Vou aproveitar. Gente, eu não preparei. Eu tinha um negócio que eu queria falar sobre, que eu não tinha preparado nem nada, mas eu falei assim, eu vou abrir uma stream no meio da semana pra conversar sobre isso, e eu nunca abri, e eu... No momento atual, eu estou até esquecendo exatamente o que eu queria conversar, então eu vou dar uma olhada aqui nos meus tweets salvos pra ver o que eu ia falar. Deixa eu ver. Ah, lembrei. Não, não é sobre a Sony. Eu vi um tweet aqui. Eu acho que essa vai ser a minha preparação. Highguard, não, já é notícia velha. Eu já tinha marcado a morte do Highguard quando eu falei sobre aquele outro vídeo lá. Tem esse tweet aqui falando o seguinte: que daqui a 15 anos eles vão refazer todos os remakes porque eles estão ultrapassados e não combinam com os jogos atuais. Idiotas como esse cara vão comprar todos, só comprando a mesma coisa repetidamente em vez de simplesmente apreciar os jogos que eles são. Raft não tem mais nenhum emote pra ele ganhar com os Hype Trains, os Treasure Trains nesse caso. E a ideia é a seguinte: eu acho que é muito simples, eu acho que todo mundo já conversou, acho que a gente normalmente conversa sobre isso o tempo todo, que por que tanta gente quer remake? Se você gostar de todas as interpretações, tem isso, né? Eu acho. Mas assim, você pensa o seguinte: tipo, por que tanta gente quer remake dos jogos e não só os jogos sendo um port de um jogo em uma plataforma moderna onde você pode ter uma facilidade de acesso a ele? Porque pensa assim, tem vários jogos onde o pessoal fala que esse jogo deveria ter um remake, esse jogo deveria ser refeito. E é um jogo que é super ótimo de jogar até hoje. Maior exemplo, número 1, Chrono Trigger. Se videogames são arte, é correto fazer remake deles? Tem um vídeo que o Nerel fez sobre isso e eu ainda não assisti. Eu vou assistir alguma hora. Mas é basicamente isso. Tipo, cara, precisa mesmo de remake? Eu concordo com esse ponto de que precisa mesmo fazer remake de jogo quando o original, se ele estiver facilmente disponível, é uma experiência muito boa. Tipo, eu gosto do remake do Shadow of the Colossus, mas eu não reclamaria em jogar o original, sabe? A ideia. Ah, não, eu sei que a Square Enix é incompetente, mas eu tô falando assim, que o Chrono Trigger não precisa de remake. Não precisa. Super Metroid não precisa de remake. O que mais? Não precisa de remake de... que é claro que muitas vezes tem alguns jogos que são tão antigos que só fazer um port não é... É claro que tem uma pitada de marketing e jogada de estratégia financeira aí, porque se você só fazer um port de jogo antigo, o pessoal não vai querer pagar preço total em cima desse jogo. Então você vê, por exemplo, Super Mario RPG, que teve o remake lançado, e Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, e o que mais que teve, que eles fizeram recentemente? Esses jogos aí, cara, é jogo que poderia só fazer um port, só que o port, ninguém ia querer pagar $60 nele. Ah não, por que você não colocou isso no Super Nintendo Online? Sabe, eu acho que o Mario RPG tem no SNES Online, por acaso? Ocarina of Time não precisa de remake, mas se sair eu jogo não esperando a mesma coisa. E é o que eu faço, que vai sair o remake de Persona 4, depois o remake de Persona 5, que daí sim vai ter o Persona 6. O Metroid, meu Deus, espero que o boato do Mercury Team que tá fazendo seja fake. Eles queriam fazer remake do Fusion. E isso cai em cima disso aí também. Ah, tá bom, beleza. Tem umas coisas sobre o Fusion que eu não gosto do Fusion. E eu acho que se fosse pra fazer um remake pra melhorar o Fusion, aí talvez, né? Mas aí vai perder, jogo não é obra de arte, você não deveria mexer no original. Eu não gostei do original. Olha a gata pulguenta Yumi aparecendo depois de hibernar por 2 anos. Bem-vindo de volta. De boa. Não é RPG não? Então faz sentido. Mas Link's Awakening tem. Tem... E assim... Fazer remake é basicamente pra justificar o pessoal gastar valor premium em jogo que é relativamente fácil de fazer, sabe? Porque pra refazer o jogo não precisa passar por todo o processo de a gente precisa saber o que fazer. Não, ele já sabe o que fazer. Agora você tem que chegar lá, né? Com os visuais novos. Tudo tranquilo, e tu? Como é que tá? Se o Metroid Remake se sair, pode 100% ir com expectativa de que vai perder muito do que faz o jogo ser tão rejogável. Com certeza. Tenho certeza disso. Esperando o remake da Mona Lisa. Pois é, né? Eu aposto que tem algumas reimaginações da Mona Lisa que saem por aí, mas obviamente nenhuma delas tão popular quanto a original. Mas é isso que eu tô querendo falar. Tipo, todo mundo olha, por exemplo, eu acho que o pessoal tá falando no tweet que eu mostrei, do Resident Evil Remake. Cara, eu adoro Resident Evil Remake. Eu não joguei o original, porque quando eu joguei na época, que foi na versão que saiu pro Wii, eu não sabia emular PlayStation 1, ou não tinha capacidade de fazer isso, então eu não tinha acesso ao original. Mas o remake é muito bom. O remake não só é muito bom, mas eu diria que é melhor até que o original, sabe? Só que agora tem os boatos, né, da Capcom querendo refazer o Resident Evil 1 de novo, né? Fazer um remake do remake. Só que se for de acordo com os remakes que eles andam fazendo, com o 2 e com o 3, eles provavelmente vão mudar completamente a pegada do jogo. E essa é a parte ruim, porque eu gosto do Resident Evil Remake, porque ele é basicamente uma versão com melhores gráficos do jogo original. Claro que tem umas diferenças aqui e ali, mas é basicamente isso. O pessoal reclama de controle de tanque. Skill issue, cara, é o que faz o jogo funcionar bem. Não, controle de tanque não é um problema. É um recurso. Um remake da Mona Lisa feito pelo Leonardo DiCaprio. Me desenhe como se fossem garotas francesas. Por favor. Ainda bem que a Mona Lisa é italiana. Né? Não, tem que falar mais alto, Ref. Tem que falar mais alto. Você vai ver, por exemplo. Tá saindo um remake agora. Eu sei que tá no museu francês, mas a Mona Lisa em si é italiana, então tá ótimo. Tá ótimo. Tá saindo o remake de Fatal Frame 2. O segundo remake, diga-se de passagem. E é diferente do jogo original. Ele tem a visão por trás, que nem os jogos modernos da série Fatal Frame. E eu não sou exatamente um fã dessa visão, porque eu gosto de controle de tanque, porque controle de tanque também controla a sua câmera. E o controle do jogo em cima da câmera era essencial para fazer com que certos eventos que acontecem no jogo fossem naturais. Porque a partir do 4, muita coisa que acontece é relegada a cutscene. Eles dão uma melhorada nisso no 5, na minha opinião, mas acaba não sendo a mesma coisa. E eles continuam com isso. E assim, eu entendo de certa forma que precisa evoluir com o mercado e não sei o que, mas... Porque, né, a galera não aguenta controle de tanque ou coisa similar desse tipo. Nossa, eu sou craque no Dark Souls, mas coloca um controle de tanque aqui na minha frente que eu vou chorar. Mas, tipo, eu acho que muito jogo, se for, tipo, se ele merecidamente for um jogo bom, não precisa de um remake. Eu acho, todo mundo fala que um dos meus jogos favoritos, né, Modern 1. Modern 1 precisa de remake, cara, porque o Monte Toy é uma bosta, tem que fazer um grind absurdo. Foda-se, cara, é parte da experiência e eu gosto disso, tá? Tem parte ruim do jogo? Tem, mas é parte que faz a experiência ser o que ela é. Eu gosto de Modern 1 por causa de ele ser tão simples. Só que essa simplicidade é o que amplifica a experiência que eu tive. Porque é o que ele me mostra. Ele me mostra as cenas dele, o que acontece lá. E é tudo feito de um jeito tão sincero. Sabe? Eu sinto uma sinceridade bem disso. Eu gosto de Modern 1 por causa disso. Eu não acho que deveria ter um remake. Algumas pessoas falam sobre Earthbound. Earthbound menos ainda. Earthbound ainda é muito bom, cara. Você tá doido? Ninguém vai fazer remake de Earthbound. Por quê? Tipo... Olha, sinceramente, o gráfico de Earthbound pra mim não vai envelhecer nunca. Eu acho que realmente estou no posicionamento diferente aqui. Não que eu discorde de nada que você tenha falado sobre as experiências originais. Aham. Não vejo muito problema com remakes, desde que os originais sejam acessíveis em plataforma ativa. É mais uma... Cara, se eu não gostar das mudanças, eu posso jogar os antigos. Então, não é nem uma questão de... Tipo Ocarina. Tipo Ocarina. Não é nem uma questão de se eu tenho problema com os remakes ou não. É só só um exercício de reflexão, sabe? É só uma roda de discussão aqui. Sabe? Porque, tá. Eu acho que remake como... é algo que inevitavelmente acontece e não tem muito, tipo, como evitar isso, porque é uma forma de vender um jogo antigo, basicamente em um pacote novo, por um preço maior, pra conseguir ter uma renda fácil aí pras empresas. A Sony já percebeu isso. A Sony já relançou Last of Us 1 e 2 3 vezes, cara. Não, foi... Tá, Last of Us 1 foi 3 vezes, Last of Us 2 2 vezes. E esses jogos não tem nem 20 anos. Last of Us 1 não tem 20 anos. Last of Us 1 é de 2012, não é? Inclusive, vejo mais gente jogando a versão polígonos do 64 que a do 3DS. Porque o do 3DS tá um pouquinho mais inacessível hoje em dia. Mas o remake do Ocarina of Time 3DS é muito bom. Pelo que me falaram, eu mesmo não joguei. Olha a Square Enix, por exemplo. Eles são os reis de fracassar em fazer versão definitiva dos jogos deles serem acessíveis. Dragon Quest 1 ao 3, se você não for emular por conta própria, você tá limitado aos HD 2D, que eu sinceramente acho sem charme nenhum. Ou as versões feionas mobile. Eles fazem umas versões muito horrorosas, os ports. Eles inventam um moda fazendo os ports deles. Zoado. E é isso aqui. Você só quis me mostrar o gostoso do Leon, né? Hey. Umbrella by Turkish Bullet. Nossa, esse Mr. X foi muito fácil. Eu me pergunto o que irá acontecer depois disso. Ah, tá, foi mal. É que eu não joguei Resident Evil 2. Se fosse o Nemesis aí, sim, né? Tá. Mas câmera fixa é um recurso. De fato, câmera fixa é uma resposta a uma limitação da época, só que eles usam pra complementar o game design. Entendeu o clipe? Basicamente... Deixa eu ver aqui. É que o Mr. X, ele vem da curvinha ali, sabe? Você não tem visão dele logo de cara. Aí isso adiciona atenção. Eu tenho um clipe aqui do meu canal. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo achar aqui. Quando eu tava... Basicamente, quando eu joguei Fatal Frame 1, no geral. E a câmera de segurança também. Cadê aqui? Clips. Fatal... Não. Aqui. Não, se bem que esse não é muito bom, não. Cadê? Tá, achei. Ó. De fato, eu mesmo jogava porque hoje tava gameplay de Resident Evil. Não, Carol! Volta aqui! Joga Resident Evil com nós! Joga Fatal Frame com nós! Eu vou fazer stream de Fatal Frame quando lançar o remake. Você vai querer assistir, não vai? Ó. Eu tava falando de vocês, eu devia ter contado. Eu sei disso. Mano, isso aqui nunca aconteceria em um Fatal Frame moderno. Isso aqui não aconteceria em um Resident Evil moderno. Isso aqui é algo que só acontece quando o jogo tem controle sobre a câmera. Isso aqui é algo que acontece quando você tem controle de tanque e é forçado a ter certas câmeras fixas. É isso. Esse tipo de coisa não é possível em outros momentos. Então, controle de tanque e câmera fixa é um recurso para circunvir uma limitação do hardware da época que foi utilizado para complementar o game design. Foi utilizado como algo para complementar o jogo em si. Aí o pessoal vem lá daqui da era moderna e olha pra trás e fala: Nossa, cara, o controle de tanque é muito ruim, né? É horrível de movimentar. Eu acho que o negócio que eu vi também. Eu vou ler o que vocês estão falando aqui antes de eu continuar o que eu tô falando, beleza? Deixa eu ver onde eu parei. Melhor versão do 3 é do Super Famicom. Eles nunca vão relançar. E aí é isso aí. Quero um mod que transforma o modelo dos personagens em um tanque com a cabeçona deles no topo, igual aquele minigame de tanque do Mario Party 2. Seria engraçado. Enfim, o que eu ia falar é o seguinte. Resident Evil 4 mudou da câmera fixa, mudou... Na verdade, não necessariamente mudou do controle de tanque, mas mudou da câmera fixa. Virou pra câmera por trás do ombro. E agora tem gente falando assim que, não, que o Resident Evil 4 Remake é muito melhor do que o original, porque... Por que que no 4 original você tinha que parar no lugar pra mirar e atirar? Porque isso adiciona tensão! Isso adiciona tensão no jogo! É pra você não se sentir um maluco que pode fazer qualquer coisa. É um jogo de survival horror no final das contas. Você tem um momento de vulnerabilidade quando você está tentando se defender. É parte do design. É um recurso. Tecnicamente, é uma limitação, porque o jogo saiu no GameCube, e por mais que o GameCube tinha 2 analógicos, vamos ser sinceros, não era realmente 2 analógicos, né? E o pessoal naquela época ainda não tinha muita noção de fazer jogo de tiro com os 2 analógicos direito. Então, não apenas o pessoal ainda tava meio que descobrindo como fazer um jogo de ação direito, ainda é um jogo de survival horror, cara. Você parar no lugar, tipo o Leon parar no lugar e ficar mirando assim pra conseguir matar os zumbis que estão na frente dele, é puta sacada de game design, fi. Por que caralhos o pessoal reclama? Sim, no Resident Evil eles introduzem os Hunters depois, que são muito mais rápidos e tem chance de dar hit kill, só que, né, você já acostumou com os controles, então... Lembra quando falavam que jogo de NES era de ficção porque era coisa da época que tinha que estender seu tempo pra não zerar rápido porque veio do arcade, etc? Aham. Aí veio Dark Souls e agora tudo aí é design bom, desafiador, que mais jogos deviam ter. Dark Souls tem o passe especial, né? Ó, lá vem o Sakurai de novo. Porque com Tank Controls continua sendo coisa da época. Ah, sei lá, cara. Tipo, tem algumas coisas que o pessoal simplesmente passa pano e outras coisas que eles falam que não, que é ruim. Isso aqui é ruim, eu não gosto disso. Sakurai é tão esperto, né, cara? Ele exemplifica... Yoshida fazendo fase. Olha, eu não queria dizer isso, mas é adaptado pro jogador mediano de Final Fantasy XIV. É fato, é fato. Mas assim, que eu tava falando, que era tipo. A ideia é que, tipo, não, o Sakurai é muito esperto, né, mano? Porque ele mostra o seguinte, pô, algo estressante é desagradável, né? Mas se eu te dar uma fase onde é literalmente uma linha reta e você ganha, não vai ser muito divertido. O Sakurai literalmente tá introduzindo um conceito de psicologia da forma mais simples possível. Ó, se você não for desafiado, é chato. É isso. Você precisa de um desafio pra conseguir superar, pra aí você achar que é bom. Mas desafio demais já não é muito bom. Aí depende da pessoa. Porque você vê os malucos, especialmente no exemplo de Mario Maker aqui, você vê os malucos fazendo fase Kaizo, fazendo umas fases literal impossível. Mario Maker 1, inclusive, eles tinha a galera fez aquele movimento todo pra conseguir terminar todas as fases. E conseguiram, mesmo depois de uma delas ser cheatada quando o maluco fez. E conseguiram mesmo assim, uma fase impossível de fazer. A última que foi completa, essencialmente impossível pra valer. Só que conseguiram, né? Conseguiram achar um jeito. É tipo, velho, sem dificuldade, nada, tipo, um negócio completamente sem dificuldade é chato. Agora, conforme você vai implementando a dificuldade, é aí que você vai ter, você vai começar a meio que atingir o público que você quer. Se você faz algo simples demais, tá bom, vai ser bem abrangente, mas ao mesmo tempo vai ter gente que tá procurando um desafio maior que vai achar meio chato. E o que você possivelmente vai fazer pra solucionar isso aí? Eu posso adicionar nível de dificuldade. Imagina Doom. Doom tem 4 níveis de dificuldade diferentes. Bom, 5 com Nightmare, mas Nightmare é exceção. Você tem 4 níveis de dificuldade diferentes. Se uma pessoa não é muito acostumada com shooter, com Doom, ela tem toda a liberdade de jogar na dificuldade 1, ou I'm Too Young to Die. Tem toda a liberdade de jogar em Hey Not Too Rough. Tem toda a liberdade de jogar em Kirby Plenty. Tá lá, tem a opção. Mas não, eu sou foda em Doom, cara. Eu sei o que eu tô fazendo. Aí eu jogo Ultraviolence. Jogo em Ultraviolence. Então é aí que você coloca seletor de dificuldade. Mas eu não quero seletor de dificuldade. Beleza. Você faz o design do seu jogo, você coloca a dificuldade dele da forma que você quer, e você arca com as consequências de fazer um negócio tão difícil que só uma quantidade incrivelmente seleta de pessoas vai querer jogar. Se é isso que você quer, tá ótimo. Então tá de boa, pô. Sabe? E aí eu lembro que o Sakurai fala disso sobre o Kirby. Primeiro Kirby, né? Ele fez o negócio ser bem fácil, que acabou, tipo, sendo bem abrangente, só que, né?
Esse 企画コンセプトのカテゴリーでは、私自身がディレクターをしてきたゲームのコンセプトも順番にお話ししていきたいと思います。せっかくですからね。
E aí ele fala,
制作背景や企画にをより簡単な方法で利用することができないかと考えました。最初は舌で絡め取るような仕様を考え、最終的にはしています。これは開発中もカービィはゲーム初心者に向けた調整をしています。これは開発中もそれで良いのかと何度も言われましたが、いいのだとして私は推し進めました。私がゲーム業界に入ろうとしていた頃、あるいは制作中はファミコン末期でした。ファミコンゲームには初期はともかく全体的にかなり難しい作品が多かったです。その背景の一つに決して潤沢ではないロム容量がありました。ロムに入るゲームが小さいから難易度などはある程度上げないとすぐにクリアしてしまう。何千円あるいは万円というお金を払うにもかかわらずです。 同じ戦闘を何度も遊ばせる RPG などと異なり、アクションゲームは製品寿命の作り方に難がありました。だからといって理不尽な難しさを良しとしていたのでは、ゲーム初心者が入ってこられるきっかけがありません。カービィの役割の一つとしてゲーム初心者をゲームの世界に導くということを考えたわけです。クリアで製品が終わってしまうというお話をしましたが、例えばアーケードゲームなどはクリアできたとしても意外とそこでは終わりにならないのですよね。楽しければ何度だって遊んでいました。初代カービィは比較的簡単だけど、手にした方は何度となく遊んでくれたことと思います。ゲームボーイのアクションゲームの中では手触り感もだいぶ良い方だったと思いますしね。なお、最初から
Então, ele falou sobre a dificuldade do Kirby e que ele fez com a ideia de ele ser acessível. Então, assim, cara, existe existe um mérito em fazer um jogo fácil, realmente para você introduzir para esse pessoal que não tem tanta habilidade assim. Porque, por exemplo, todo mundo fala, ele falou sobre a época do NES, né, que os jogos eram muito difíceis. Se alguém já experiente vai pegar Kirby pra jogar e acha muito fácil, cara, o jogo só não é pra você. Eu acho que hoje em dia tem um sério problema que muita gente quer que tudo seja feito pra eles. E eu acho que nesse ponto a gente meio que já divagou da ideia original do vídeo. Então a gente vai dividir isso em 2 vídeos. Show de bola. Mais conteúdo pro canal. Mais dinheiro pra mim. Brincadeira, não ganho nada com esse canal. Mas o negócio cara, tem muita gente aí que fala que quer que tudo seja pra eles. Que eles querem estar ali. Uma sensação de FOMO absurda que todo mundo sofre. E é por isso que eles querem que tudo seja feito pra eles. O pessoal tem que aceitar que às vezes não é feito pra você, cara. Essas coisas não são feitas pra você. Eu acho que tá tudo bem. Esse jogo que lançou eu achei uma bosta. É muito fácil. Joga outra coisa, então. Nossa, imagina hoje em dia ficar fazendo birra que tem jogo que é fácil demais pra você, ou então que não é do seu gosto, quando você tem um rio, um mar de opções. Imagina. Deixa eu ver aqui. No caso do Final Fantasy XIV, o maior problema de design mediano de nível MSQ é que toda vez que conteúdo de dificuldade maior, nível maior do que o habitual, gera alvoroço. Porque você educou os jogadores a esperar um nível bem baixo de estresse. Aí toda vez que tento fazer conteúdo desafiador que mistura casual com jogador hardcore, dá merda. Toda vez que adiciona um conteúdo de dificuldade de nível maior do que o habitual, gera alvoroço. Ah, tá. Eles treinaram isso. E é basicamente porque eles querem a maior quantidade de pessoas possível jogando Final Fantasy XIV. Então eles querem colocar a menor quantidade de empecilho possível na experiência deles. E é por isso que MSQ é fácil pra cacete.
Aguento mais a espera. Em 1987 foi lançado pela Konami um joguinho que talvez você conheça por
Deixa eu ver. Castlevania.
nome, se você tiver mais de 15, 20 anos e curtir
Quase.
jogos, que é o Contra. Principalmente aqui no Brasil, diversos consoles cagados que a gente tinha, como Dynavision e outros tipos de console como o Polystation, que eram todos cópias do NES, o videogame da Nintendo, todos costumavam vir com uma cópia de Contra. E é um jogo legalzinho, bonito pra época que foi lançado, é divertido, blá blá blá. Posso ficar falando aqui horas sobre o que tem de legal do Contra, mas o que eu realmente quero falar pra vocês e que tem a ver com o nosso assunto de hoje é: esse jogo é difícil pra caramba.
Tomara que a Júlia seja muito feliz com a escolha dela.
Bem-vindo ao Tom. Tem soldados atirando de tudo que é lado, você tem que focar em diversos tipos de coisas diferentes, o estilo de jogo muda do nada, de uma cena pra outra. Colocando ele do lado de Ninja Gaiden e outros jogos dessa época, você consegue perceber que os jogos difíceis, entre aspas, já existem há muito tempo. Nas minhas pesquisas eu encontrei que um jogo de NES nos Estados Unidos custava mais ou menos $40. Se você imaginar que naquela época o dólar não era tão alto, ainda assim é um bom preço para um jogo. É o preço que a gente chega a pagar hoje em dia em jogos atuais. Então como você fazia um jogo que se parecia com isso aqui? Alien Pênis. Vale cada centavo que retiraram do teu bolso. Ou da tua carteira, se tiver carteira. Era impossível tu fazer um jogo que durasse 12 horas de gameplay se não fosse só porque tu demorou muito pra passar dele. É exatamente isso que eles faziam. Aí eles marketavam pra crianças de 10 anos ou até menos jogos super difíceis que os pais compravam pra elas. Elas estavam tentando ganhar morrendo e morrendo e morrendo e morrendo até que uma hora tu se tornasse um expert nesse jogo e conseguisse finalmente ganhar ele. Fazendo parecer que um jogo de 2 horas ou às vezes até de 15 minutos de duração, que é o tempo razoável de uma speedrun de Ninja Gaiden. Tá bom que eu sei que ninguém aqui vai conseguir fazer uma speedrun de Ninja Gaiden assim tão fácil. Parecesse a campanha do GTA 6 de tantas horas que tu colocou nela. E assim tu...
Ai, cara, é a ideia. É a ideia de que esses jogos eram feitos difíceis pra você realmente gastar o seu tempo. E a parte que você gastava... Mais um pouco. A parte que você gastava era basicamente você ganhar essa experiência e conseguir. Era essencialmente você se treinando, né? Você pegando essa maestria pra conseguir chegar até o final. Toda vez. Muitos deles não tinham continual também. Ou então. Não existia save, porque não tinha a bateria nos cartuchos. Então você tinha que zerar o jogo do início ao fim de uma vez. Então, mesma coisa pra shooter. Sério, eu vou jogar Ikaruga. Eu não consigo fazer um CC ainda. Mas, se eu jogasse bastante, se eu treinasse, eu conseguiria terminar Ikaruga se eu quisesse. Aí eu olho aqui. Quanto tempo eu tenho de Ikaruga? Quanto tempo eu tenho no jogo? Eu tenho 38 horas no jogo. Consegui fazer um CC? Não. Não tô nem perto. É um jogo que literalmente termina em 40 minutos. 38 horas.
Fazer um jogo se valorizar pelo tempo que tu demorou pra terminar ele. Mas não eram jogos marketados pra ser só pro público hardcore. Eram jogos que todo mundo comprava e jogava e gostava na época. Mas o que aconteceu que desde aquela época nenhum outro jogo foi referido como o contra dos jogos de corrida, o contra dos jogos de dança, o contra dos jogos de tênis, o contra dos jogos de pênis, o contra das pizzarias. Sei lá, cara. E ainda assim, por alguma razão, um joguinho lançado em 2011 mudou completamente o sentido do que era um jogo difícil pra mídia. Porque Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy é o Dark Souls de Play 4. Crash Team Racing Nitro Field pode ser o Dark Souls dos jogos de kart. Nioh é a cópia de Dark Souls com alma. The Surge é o Dark Souls com robôs. Retrowatch Severance Blade of Darkness, o Dark Souls de 2001. O Dark Souls das capas de jogos. A influência de Dark Souls em Avengers Infinity War. E o meu pessoalmente favorito, Dirt Rally, é basicamente Dark Souls sobre rodas. Vai tomando. E eu não posso nem reclamar tanto, porque até eu já fui culpado de uma comparação dessas, quando eu fiz a minha review de Mineirinho. Eu citei no título que o jogo era mais difícil do que Dark Souls. E se você observar, outras pessoas que fizeram vídeo na época colocaram que era tão difícil quanto Dark Souls no título também e não citaram meu vídeo. Que suspeito! Mas basicamente até 2017, se o seu jogo era difícil, um jornalista ia lá e ia dizer que era praticamente Dark Souls. Mas o que afinal é Dark Souls? O Dark Souls 1, ou Dark Souls só, foi lançado em 2011. Só que ele não é o primeiro Soulsborne que foi feito pela empresa From Software. O primeiro sendo o Demon Souls, que foi lançado em 2009 para PlayStation 3. Demon Souls era basicamente o Dark Souls 1 com algumas outras mecânicas e um pouquinho mais feio, vamos ser sinceros. Eu não pesquisei muito sobre Demon Souls, eu não joguei muito Demon Souls porque eu não tive a chance ainda direito, porque eu não tenho PlayStation 3, mas eu pretendo aí em algum dia no futuro realmente sentar e tentar jogar um pouquinho pra descobrir as diferenças reais que o jogo tem em comparação com Dark Souls 1, 2 e 3. Mas eu só falei dele pra explicar pra vocês que essa é uma saga que já existia antes, já existia em 2009, mas ninguém dizia que o Sandy Jr. Aventura Virtual era o Demon Souls dos jogos de espionagem. Então o que tinha de especial na série Dark Souls em questão que fazia ele parecer ser o jogo mais complexo do mundo? E agora que muitos de vocês não vão concordar comigo, mas a única coisa que fazia Dark Souls parecer mais difícil do que os outros jogos era o hype. Jogos difíceis existem 1 trilhão de anos. O próprio Demon Souls é extremamente
O marketing
difícil.
dele foi
Só
bem
que a
voltado
partir
pra
do Dark
isso.
Souls 1 foi quando a série começou a ficar muito conhecida. E quando algo é conhecido, a gente começa a ver pessoas jogando aquele jogo e gravando pra internet.
My friend played it and he told me that it was just like the most difficult game he's ever played in his life.
A gente começa a ver jornalistas de internet tentando jogar um jogo e não conseguindo passar nem do tutorial, pra então chamar aquele de o Dark Souls dos jogos de plataforma, como aconteceu com o Cuphead. E o meu objetivo aqui hoje, nessa review gigantesca, é fazer você esquecer tudo que você aprendeu sobre Dark Souls pela mídia e por outros youtubers ou outras pessoas famosinhas de internet e entender o que realmente é o Dark Souls e a cultura de rotular e desistir de coisas que são um pouquinho mais complexas do que você tá acostumado no seu mundinho casual. Que tipo?
Então. A ideia é. Por acaso o pessoal fica. Eu acho que o pessoal fica usando Dark Souls como o ponto de exemplo de um jogo difícil, porque foi a experiência inicial de muita gente. Foi em um marco onde muita gente estava começando a entrar no mundo de videogames. Tava ali com 360 vendeu pra caralho. E olha, tem esse jogo aqui, Dark Souls, mano. Eu fiquei sabendo que Dark Souls é difícil pra caralho. Você quer jogar? É. E não é a dificuldade que atrai gente pro Dark Souls, no final das contas. Tem muita gente que gosta de Dark Souls por vários outros motivos. Pela ambientação, pela lore que você adquire, música e tudo mais. Ele ser difícil é uma característica. Porque tinha acabado de passar pela Era das Trevas de tutorialização, segurar a mão e dificuldade reduzida do PS2 GameCube. É isso aí também. Então, foi por isso. É tipo, ninguém, como ele disse no exemplo do Contra, ninguém chamava jogo difícil de Contra desse negócio aqui, porque jogo difícil era o que mais tinha na época. Se o Rei Leão de SNES lançasse depois de Dark Souls, o pessoal ia falar que é o Dark Souls de jogo licenciado. Tinha acabado de passar pela Final Skyward. Não, foi... Eu acho que Skyward saiu depois de Dark Souls, não? Skyward foi bem no mesmo ano. Ixi. Verdade, nossa, nessa época do Wii foi difícil, cara. Vocês lembram como era no Skyward de Wii, onde toda vez que você iniciava o jogo, depois de desligar o console, você tinha que ver de novo, falando sobre os negócios que você já pegou. Olha, gente, é uma rupee azul. Eu sei o que é uma rupee azul. Olha, gente, um bichinho, eu sei o que é. É uma ambá, eu sei o que é. Eu já peguei várias, eu tô com 78 no inventário. O que a gente tava falando mesmo, inicialmente? Foi só lá pro meio da vida do Wii que eles pararam de ser chatos com handholding. Em vez disso, eles só colocam o Luigi pra jogar o jogo pra você. E foda-se o resto. Tipo, tá. Enemies too rough? Enemies too tough? Having a bad time? Enemies too strong? Try easy mode, you fucking casual. Oh, you're having a... Tá difícil pra você, cara. O bebezinho não consegue matar os bichinhos. Tá tudo bem, a gente diminui a dificuldade. Ainda tá muito difícil. Ai, meu Deus, tá tudo bem. Aqui, ó. Fique vulnerável, vai. Não, a gente joga pra você. Relaxa. Por favor, chega no final do jogo. A gente precisa que você tenha uma experiência boa. E sim, obrigado. Os filthy casuals agradecem. A gente tá colocando 3 vídeos. A gente tá colocando conteúdo de 3 vídeos aqui. Porque a gente começou com negócio de remake. A gente passou pra falar sobre Qual foi o tópico do meio? Sobre dificuldade e acessibilidade. Não, ainda é o tópico do segundo vídeo. Eu tava falando sobre ter vários níveis de dificuldade diferentes, né? Eu acho que isso é totalmente válido. Só que o pessoal quer impor que certos jogos que não têm seletor de dificuldade tenham seletor de dificuldade. E eu acho... Tipo... Cara... Poder reclamar você pode, mas... Você não tem... o direito... de um seletor de dificuldade. Se o cara que fez o jogo não quer adicionar... Joga outra coisa, cara! Pelo amor de Deus! Tipo... Ah, mano! Que saco!
Eu queria jogar Dark Souls, mas só tem uma dificuldade! Eu queria jogar Elden Ring, mas só tem uma dificuldade, é muito difícil!
Porra! Outra coisa. Galera reclama porque não quer sofrer fomo. É isso. É isso, o pessoal só não quer sofrer fomo. Todo mundo fala de Dark Souls. Ah, todo mundo jogou Dark Souls. Eu não joguei Dark Souls, eu tô fora. Eu vou ser ostracizado pelos meus conhecidos. Não, você não vai. E se você for, vai conhecer outras pessoas. Acho que vai fazer bem pra você. Não lembro se era só no Wolfenstein no Doom também. O Can I Play Daddy é do Wolfenstein. Se o dev não quis adicionar, realmente não tem jeito. Velho, tem tanto jogo aí. Tem tanto jogo. Eu pessoalmente não acho Dark Souls difícil. Eu acho Dark Souls chato. Mesmo ano, 2011. Putz. Mas tipo, se tem a opção de mudar a dificuldade e tá difícil pra você, muda. Só muda. Dark Souls não é nem o único jogo de fantasia das trevas medieval, mas... Porque tanto jogo random acho que ser Souls-like é igual fazendo ambientação Dark Fantasy. É pior. O pessoal fazendo Souls-like começou a copiar muita coisa do estilo de jogo. De qualquer jeito, o que eu tava falando também é o seguinte, que Dark Souls nem é o gênero de jogo que eu acho que poderia ser realmente considerado difícil, tipo, sinceramente, porque Dark Souls ainda é um RPG com níveis. Então, se você realmente quisesse, você poderia ficar fazendo farm e grind de almas pra aumentar de nível. E seria que nem qualquer outro RPG onde você faria essa mesma coisa. Então é tipo, Dark Souls tá difícil? Vai fazer um grind. Vai matar bicho. Vai matar undead ali pra pegar a alma. Voltar pra bonfire. Aumentar de nível e repetir o processo. Até você conseguir pegar uma arma melhor, alguma coisa assim. Só ignorar a galera que fala que se você não zerou de olhos fechados, não zerou de verdade. Mano, a fandom de Dark Souls é chata pra caralho, né, velho? Na verdade, toda fandom é chata pra caralho, mas a de Dark Souls é cheia de picuinha. Você jogou de mago no Dark Souls, você não jogou de verdade. Mano, pelo amor de Deus, ninguém falou isso pra mim. Eu só quero deixar bem claro. Quando eu joguei Dark Souls, eu joguei de mago. Ninguém falou isso pra mim. Mas, sério, eu gosto de mago. Eu vou jogar de mago. Vai tomar no teu cu, velho. Para de encher o saco. Early game de mago do Dark Souls nem é fácil, mano. Especialmente pra alguém... É tipo, você acha que o maluco que tá jogando o bagulho pela primeira vez sabe absolutamente tudo do jogo. Não, mano. Mano, tanto faz se você joga de mago, de clérigo, de guerreiro, paladino, os caralho, a 4. Foda-se, velho. Você não sabe nada do jogo. Não vai fazer diferença. O que faz diferença em Dark Souls é conhecimento de onde estão as coisas. Porque o bagulho é cheio de coisa escondida. É cheio de bagulho que você não faria a menor ideia que tava lá. Tipo, porra! Early game de mago é um saco. Porque você mal tem acesso à magia direito. Aí pra você ter acesso a mais magia, você tem que salvar o filho da puta lá em Sans Fortress em um lugar escondido. É isso que eu gosto do jogo, aliás. Eu diria que é uma parte decente, sabe? Eu acho que Dark Souls faz certo. Porque eu não posso dizer que eu gosto da parte de ficar escondendo coisa, porque Fear and Hunger faz isso e eu odeio Fear and Hunger. Eu odeio a forma como Fear and Hunger faz isso. Galera que fala que desligar Invasion é cheat, é só você não virar humano. Quer dizer que, bom, se você não virar humano, você também não pode chamar ajuda, mas você não vira humano, você não é invadido. Eu não gosto de Fear and Hunger, porque Fear and Hunger também não explica nada. Fear and Hunger pega essa mesma ideia de Dark Souls, de não explicar absolutamente nada, só que a diferença é que Fear and Hunger quer que você aplique isso de não saber absolutamente nada em tudo dentro do jogo, e algumas coisas simplesmente não fazem sentido. Sim, Dark Souls faz certo. Basicamente. Essa é a diferença. Dark Souls faz certo. Então, peraí. Quis dizer no sentido que eles falam que invasão é parte indispensável da experiência, e se você desliga, você tá tirando toda a graça. Pau no cu deles, mano. Pau no cu deles. Eu nem sei direito quais são os benefícios de você jogar como humano, além de você poder fazer summon de jogador ou NPC pra te ajudar, ou então você tem um drop rate maior de itens. É só isso que eu acho que é a diferença. Bom, e você pode fazer Kindle nas bonfires também pra você aumentar a quantidade de estos. Você precisa ser humano pra isso ou é só ter humanidade? Enfim, eu não tô lembrado. Só ignora fandom. Ignora fandom pra absolutamente tudo. E que nem, tipo, ignora fandom de Dark Souls falando pra jogar os negócios de um jeito incrivelmente específico, senão você não jogou Dark Souls direito. Você ignora fandom de Undertale porque eles são chatos. E problematiza absolutamente tudo. Se eu fosse o Toby Fox, eu dava uma de Sakurai e sumia do mapa. O que mais? Qualquer fandom, muito chato, muito chato. A não ser que seja uma fandom incrivelmente nicho. Se for uma fandom reduzida, você meio que consegue controlar a galera mais chata e isolar ela, sabe? Mas conforme vai aumentando, fica... não tem como. Aí você só tem que sair. Pessoa jogando pela primeira vez, eu quero que ele jogue o jeito dela. Daí vem a fã de Undertale falando pro cara não matar ninguém. Não, especialmente pra jogo onde você tem que fazer esse tipo de coisa. Cara, tem gente que... Isso me faz lembrar quando o Grubby é um jogador profissional de Warcraft 3. Quando ele foi jogar Dota 2, ele tava fazendo as streams do Dota 2 dele. O pessoal que jogava Dota, que assistia as streams dele, não calava a boca pra nada. O cara tava tentando aprender o jogo, tava tentando jogar do jeito dele, o pessoal dando pitaco do que ele devia fazer e como ele devia jogar. É tipo, caralho, velho. Gente, Backseat Gamer é chato pra porra. Cala a boca, mano. Backseat Gamer é escória. É escória. Você imagina alguém jogar Portal. Vai jogar Portal. Você entra numa stream de Portal. Você fala pra pessoa, vai fazer isso aqui, cara. E, velho, você tá tirando o propósito do jogo? Cala a boca, mano. Eu sei que é enfurecedor assistir algumas pessoas jogando um jogo de puzzle, onde você sabe a solução e a pessoa não consegue entender o que fazer nem a pau. Mas se segura, cara. Se segura. Manda uma mensagenzinha no chat, tipo... Você é tão burro. Falando de 14, te vendo jogar MSK pela primeira vez, te julgando com base em você chorar ou não. Chorar nas cenas que eles choraram. Pera. Pera.
You can't attack your enemies. It's just simple driving with nothing to it. It's awful. I'm bored as shit. Like, it's so boring. It's one of the most boring driving games I've ever played in my life. Am I missing something?
Cadê a tinta amarela pra ele?
It's so boring. All you do is drive in a circle. There's nothing to it. Oh, you randomly hit a speed boost. Okay, there's no items. There's no shortcuts. There's nothing to it. It's a boring game ever. Okay, forget this. I'm done. I'm seriously done with it. That's actually legit. One of the most boring driving games I've ever seen in my life. I don't want to play it anymore. I've only played it for 8 minutes. I'm done. There's nothing to it. Just drive. Okay, go to sleep. Like, here's the thing. I don't like NASCAR. I don't like F1. I don't like any realistic racing. It's boring to me. That's why I don't watch it. That game is literally, oh, look, it's just driving in a circle, only it looks like it's in the future. But it's boring. There's nothing to it. So, why am I actually playing it? You're not. I'm not. I'm done. Screw that game. That was legit terrible. Let's do another game. Seriously, what a waste of time. I'm glad I only played it for 8 minutes.
Look at little TSP Jr. Gonna cry. Então, gente, vocês estão vendo aqui que o meu cursor é lilás, certo? Ciano, perdão. Às vezes eu confundo lilás com ciano. Meu cursor é ciano. Porém, para essa ocasião especial, precisarei mudar a cor dele. Ok? Já que temos isso estabelecido, vamos apontar uma coisa. Este aqui, senhoras e senhores, é o DSP, para quem não conhece. É o melhor gamer de todos os tempos. E ele ficou entediado com esse jogo, que é o F0 GX. Porque ele tá em 28º. Tá lá atrás. Na segunda volta. Então, por favor, reparem aqui nessa barra. Que é a sua barra de energia, como é apontado para cá. E quando você completa a segunda volta, ele fala o seguinte: You got boost power. Você aperta B para usar o turbo. Quando você usa o turbo, seu carro faz psiu, sabe? Faz psiu do escapamento dos foguetes. Ele vai rápido. E é assim que você ultrapassa as pessoas. Eu não acho que a qualidade de um jogo deveria ser julgada se você propositalmente ignorar ignorar as mecânicas do jogo. 4 vídeos. A gente tá fazendo uma coletânea agora. Esse aqui é no máximo um short. Velho, mas eu não tenho muito o que falar aqui, mano. Ele tá ignorando o jogo, literalmente falando o que ele tem que fazer. Se você não lê o manual, que não tem no Switch Online, eu devo admitir, não tem o manual do jogo no Switch Online, o que é um ponto negativo. Mas, porra, mano, se você literalmente ignora os controles do jogo, o que eu vou fazer, velho? Eu não... E no caso do DSP, eu literalmente não sei se ele já jogou F0 antes, então eu não posso julgar ele baseado nisso. Mas, caralho! DSP e Mike Matei são o tipo de pessoas do Porquê Studios tentaram forçar tutorial, mas eles mesmos reclamam de tutorial e dão skip se puder, e depois reclamam que não sabem como fazer nada. Cara, o DSP literalmente foi usado como material de estudos pela Santa Mônica pra fazer como demonstração da forma como eles guiam as pessoas durante gameplay. Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu não sei se foi do Ragnarok ou se foi do God of War, do primeiro God of War. Mas se for do primeiro God of War, provavelmente.
Magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
Look where we are. We're back.
Okay, so in this example, the player is exploring the hub. They've been correctly taught the shock arrow mechanic. And thanks to the design work done by Kai Zheng, they've also been told that shock arrows mean interesting themes and that there's a lot of different variety and a lot of different gameplay, right? So we've made a convincing promise to the player. So watch it one more time, and I want you to watch just what the camera behavior does.
The taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
Look where we are. We're back. Stone Falls. Is this even the same area? I don't even know. It is. This is the gate we opened, right?
Eu não sei se esse é o Ragnarok ou se é o primeiro.
Dude, this whole area looks dramatically different. Damn, is it different?
Eu acho que é o Ragnarok.
I'm not sure what that does. Oh, you know what it is? We gotta get this wheel moving. And once it's moving, then we gotta blow that up. Yeah. The whole area is completely different now.
Taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
Dá uma olhada aí.
Depravity.
Look where we are. We're back.
Boom, and there it is. He saw a shock crystal, right? He has been taught correctly. He has been promised interesting gameplay. And because he is returning to the hub, he is thinking, oh, I feel like doing one of those. I know how those work. I'm in the mood for one of those. Or he can just explore it on his own. That is the benefit. The result is that we do have a compass system and we do have a map, right? But our hope is that players will be self-motivated and that self-discovery will drive their exploration instead. It's good for players to feel motivated via UI or completion percentages. These are very valid design techniques and tools. But it's also good if players are self-motivated because they're actually seeking out interesting content. If this player likes shock crystal scenarios, then he can go and find more of them on his own. Players are trained that new abilities will be unlocked in the levels and that in turn, interesting scenarios will be delivered. So the promise becomes more than just completion percentages. The promise becomes interesting scenarios.
Enfim. Tipo, cara, pelo amor de Deus.
Oh yeah!
Boa, Nightbot. Muito boa. Precisa. É tipo, cara, os desenvolvedores estão literalmente olhando pra gente como DSP e falando como é que a gente consegue fazer um jogo pra que até esse imbecil seja minimamente capaz de fazer alguma coisa. Sabe? Pelo amor de Deus. É muito feio. Então, assim, acho que a gente falou sobre um monte de coisa. Falou sobre várias coisas. De dificuldade, de acessibilidade, inicialmente sobre o negócio dos remakes. E... eu acho que eu não necessariamente concluí sobre o lance dos remakes, mas só pra dar uma concluída. Porque eu tava falando que eu não necessariamente tenho problema em eles fazerem remakes. Eu só acho que o pessoal tá desvalorizando os jogos originais. E... como você falou, eu também gostaria que tivesse a opção de ter os jogos originais nas plataformas modernas. Porque tem muitas vezes onde tem coisa do jogo original que tem mais valor do que em um remake. Especialmente se é o pessoal que tiver a ideia de que remake tem que ser algo realmente totalmente diferente. Senão, não é considerado um remake. E tipo... também tem um aspecto também de que videogame é a única coisa que você pode realmente fazer um remake. Porque... por exemplo... você não faz remake de um filme. Porque um filme... é tipo... por que o pessoal tá fazendo um remake de um jogo pra começo de conversa? Ah, porque os gráficos na época onde o jogo foi feito originalmente não eram tão bons quanto eles são agora. Basicamente. Os recursos tecnológicos que eu tinha na época pra fazer o gameplay de uma certa forma não existiam do jeito que eles existem agora. Um filme já é a vida real, cara. Você não tem como ficar com um gráfico melhor do que isso. Você não interage com o filme, então não tem como você realmente mudar alguma coisa. A não ser que o seu nome seja George Lucas e você fique tão insatisfeito com a forma como os seus filmes originais foram mostrados que você quer fazer alterações infindáveis neles. Aí você tem esses casos. Mas você não refaz um filme. Você não refaz um livro. Não faz sentido. Agora, um jogo que tem um aspecto de gráfico que é intrinsecamente ligado à época onde ele foi feito, talvez remakes façam um sentido. Mas sim, existem pessoas que não conseguem apreciar como o produto foi feito na época. Não conseguem contextualizar. Se uma pessoa hoje em dia vai tentar jogar alguma coisa de sabe-se lá quanto tempo atrás, eles vão olhar e ficar tipo, nossa, que tranqueira antiquada. Sabe? Vão pensar, nossa, esse negócio aqui é muito antigo. Os jogos hoje em dia tem gráficos tão melhores. Velho, a gente tá literalmente julgando a capacidade de um remake ser feito baseado em um maluco que nunca tem interesse em jogar o original pra começo de conversa. Eu acho que a discussão meio que tá partindo de um lugar um tanto quanto ruim. Estavam falando que não via sentido de jogar os Resident Evil originais lá na época que o GOG começou a ver e portar os jogos. Mas engraçado quando o George Lucas faz alterações sem o menor sentido, tipo colocar pedras a mais em cena do R2-D2 se escondendo, e quando você vê, não tem como ele ter entrado no esconderijo graças às pedras extras. Essas mudanças que eles faziam lá. Essas mudanças nada a ver. Então assim, eu acho que remake é ok. Existência de remake é ok. não necessariamente remove o valor artístico de um jogo só porque um remake foi feito. Eu acho, no entanto, que as pessoas ficarem clamando por fazerem remakes de jogos é um tanto exagerado. Eu fico satisfeito só em fazerem um port para uma plataforma moderna. Quando fazem remake, mudam o gameplay de IP que ele gosta, mas quando é o contrário, ele fala como se fosse o correto. Ele é uma figura, né? Ele é uma figura particular e não tem muito o que comentar nesse caso. Mas... sim, tem várias que pensam assim. Obviamente ele não é o único. Mas tipo, cara... A galera vai falar que Tomb Raider antigo é ruim, sempre foi ruim. Eu não joguei, eu não tenho como comentar. Eu só sei que o controle parece meio difícil de acostumar. Mas do mesmo jeito que o Content Control, tô começando a achar que é uma situação onde eu precisaria jogar por conta própria pra ter uma opinião boa sobre isso, porque do jeito que o pessoal reclama de Tank Control e eu não tenho problema nenhum com Tank Control. Talvez seja simplesmente exagerado. Eu acho que a pessoa devia estar pedir menos remakes. Teve um negócio que eu vi há muito tempo atrás sobre perguntarem por que o Sakaguchi não faz um remake de Pandora's Tower, ou então de Last Story. The Last Story que o Sakaguchi fez, né? Por que o Sakaguchi não faz um remake de The Last Story? Porque ele quer fazer coisas novas. Ele não vê o sentido de fazer um remake, porque, como ele disse, muitas vezes fazer um remake, às vezes acaba gastando tanto recurso quanto fazer um jogo novo, e ele só prefere fazer um jogo novo. Então é isso que ele quer fazer. Tipo, tá, eu respeito a decisão dele. Poderia fazer um port, pelo menos, mas enfim. Nesse caso, um port seria aceitável. Ele quer fazer jogos novos pra depois ele lançar pra Apple Store exclusivamente durante 2 anos, até depois ele lançar em qualquer outra plataforma. Por falar nisso, R$219 no Fantasia, porra. Caralho. Esquece esses remakes aí, mano. O único remake que você precisa é o terceiro remake do universo cinemático de Spider-Man da Sony. Isso aí, yeah. Man. Bom, ótimas discussões. Ficamos 1 hora e pouco aqui. Eu vou pegar uma água. E aí todo mundo vai ter a sua chance de vazar da stream. Porque vai ser Fata Morgana in time. Eu gosto da parte de Fata Morgana onde o Michel, ele chega e fala I am the house in Fata Morgana. Aí ele vira uma casa.
I don't even know how to explain it. It's just so good. The music, like when I first heard Engage the Enemy, I felt like I was ascending. I don't even know how to explain it.
True. Honestly, true. By the way, eu não tenho a pessoa bloqueada porque eu quis, tá? É o Blue Blocker fazendo o seu trabalho. E é isso aí, pessoal. Eu esqueci de deletar ou apagar o add-on. Eu só deveria deixar ele aí, sinceramente. Tá bloqueando muita gente. Tá fazendo o trabalho dele. Gosto da parte do Fata Morgana, onde a Morgana fala Looking cool, Joker. Manda você ir dormir. Oh, man. Vou pegar uma água.
Darkness. Bullshit.
Enfim. Quando é que vai ser o GP da Austrália? 1 da manhã? Ok. Dá pra aguentar.
GoldPLZA@TFT pela inscrição de presente.
Please! Oh yeah, baby! Oh yeah! See that, eh? Leave it to right!
Obrigado pela inscrição, Rock Júnior, pelo Heft. Obrigado. Agradeço pela hospitalidade, pela presença, pelos etc e tal. Enfim. Quem está fatiando sua Morgana nessa noite? Hã? Pera, eu vou ter que deixar essa música tocando. Ah, não. Agora foi tocar ela? Let's go. Peraí. Monica is listening. Boa. Vai fazer que nem o Keanu? Como assim? I'm sorry. Oh. Ah, essa música é muito boa, cara. O que o Soken tava cozinhando? É. Essa música deveria fazer parte dos lo-fi hip hop beats to study to ou alguma coisa assim. É uma música muito relaxante, eu adoro ela. E na área que ela é utilizada é um tanto quanto melancólica também. Ao Zap Zap. Enfim, ó, maravilhosa, maravilhosa. Pera aí. Tá muito alto. Eu acho que é uma boa hora de olhar para outro canto se você não quiser spoilers, ok? Ok, maravilha, vamos lá. Olha, muito alto. Eu tive que terminar isso na pressa, na última stream, porque estava jogando Super Metroid e tudo mais, né? Essas coisas, enfim. Tá tudo bem agora. I can try. Excellent. A whorehouse would be the best place for you to start gathering information, I think. All I need you to do is deliver reports. Anything more involved would probably cause that empty head of yours to burst. Aye aye! I just realized if I go into the city, I won't be able to see you as often, Francois. Does that displease you? A whole lot! Oh, I bet this is what being sad feels like. In your twisted mind, perhaps so. How about this? I will have a servant act as a regular client of yours. You will pretend to be a well-off merchant. At regular intervals, he will patronize a brothel, requesting your services and bringing you back to his residence. He'll pay well enough that they won't mind if you're gone for a few days, during which time you can come back to the manor and see me. How does that sound? Next, we need to discuss how you present yourself. Although you're free to be yourself in my presence, you will need to put on a suitable act down in the city. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Now I'm getting butterflies. You spent years doing precisely that before you came here. But I didn't have you counting on me to do a good job of it back then, Francois. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice then. What? I'm all ears. Freely tell others about the misfortunes of your upbringing. I don't think I had a bad childhood, though. You may not, but others will. Your parents murdered as you watched. Taken captive by the man who did it. Tell people your story, but don't act overly dejected.
Huh? Why not? Won't people think there's something wrong if I'm not sad?
People will think it's more unusual if you get too dramatic because it's so far out of line with your regular disposition. Good acting is subtle, not overdone.
Oh.
People will feel great pity for you when they hear of your past. And they will see your exuberance as a sign you fought and found the strength of will to move past your ill fortune. They will be impressed, taken with you. So you needn't to exaggerate your performance. Just give it a little bit of flavor. As long as you don't tell anyone those emotions are beyond your grasp, no one will have any reason to suspect otherwise.
Huh. Neato. I'm feeling a lot better about this now.
I expect you won't disappoint me.
Aye, boss. So, hey, Francois?
What is it?
What would you do if, hypothetically speaking, if when I go down in the city, I learn what sadness and fear feel like?
I would kill you because I will no longer have any interest in you.
Awesome! I'm just glad you didn't say you'd kick me out. Every girl dreams of being killed by the man she loves.
No. No, they do not. You want me to kill you?
If it comes down to it, I guess. Though really, I'd rather be with you forever.
Bom, acabou tendo o desejo dela, né? Into the room, Jaren, now!
Oh, you're gonna yank my arm off!
I wanna have to if you would move! Listen very carefully. You stay in this room until everything has blown over. Do not open the door for anyone.
But is this what you think it is?
You are only to leave the room if I tell you it's safe. Or the manor goes completely silent. And if someone breaks down the door, tell them you're being held captive by the Lord. My predilections are well known among the people. No one would suspect you're lying. I must go now. Farewell, Jaren. I rather enjoyed our time together.
Wait, don't go! I've got an idea, Francois. We could escape through that window there. Tie the sheets up to a rope and climb down. Then we can go somewhere far away where nobody will find us.
I do not have that liberty.
Why not?
Because I am the lord of this land. I was born to be the lord. I murdered my own family to keep my claim to this title. And I would not abandon it until my final breath. I was a fool and a tyrant. Neither a great leader nor a great man. But still I bear the responsibility of my role. Fleeing is not an option.
I never thought you were a tyrant.
The rest of my lordship would disagree with you. I use fear as a weapon of control, murdering slaves for fun and prioritizing my own desires over the needs and lives of my people. You have a better word for what I am. Whereas you grasp the difference between good and evil but lack the requisite emotions to give those concepts meaning, I knowingly chose to stray from the path of righteousness.
Didn't you say you could run things just fine with fear? That it was very effective?
Indeed, you can run things exceedingly well with fear. Though I never said you could do so forever. I first saw signs that people were turning against me 3 years ago. While I did what I could to crush the seeds of revolts before they grew, it would seem I missed a few.
If you knew this was coming, couldn't you have stopped it?
I've traveled so far down the wicked path, it would be nigh impossible for me to find my way back to the light. Which means all I could do is continue on and see what awaited me at the end. I could never play the benevolent ruler though. Those people are inscrutable to me. They all appear to be either ravenous beasts or feeble-minded swine. Were I able to have any love for my own people, perhaps things could have turned out differently.
I can't stay in here and wait, Francois. I want to be with...
You will do as I say, girl! What's gotten into you, Jaren? Death is supposed to be meaningless to you. You do not experience sorrow over loss.
But I...
Should I not come back? Go on smiling. Do not think I will simply let them walk in and kill me. I have dozens of skilled guards and I can handle a sword myself as well. Far better than any mere peasant. You're getting closer. Now remember, you are not to leave this room, understood? You are my property and property does not defy the will of its master.
And what if I do come out?
Sharon, you will not be any help. You will not be of any help to me out there. And should you obstruct me in any way, I will not hesitate to kill you. You do not have a choice. Is that clear?
Francois,
What? Time is running short.
I love you.
I will always place myself, the Lord Jean-Francois Barnier, above anything else in the world. And you second.
Wait. Second? It's kind of super crazy. Wow, isn't it?
Puta que pariu, Jared. Mas eu não esperava ver essa face do François.
Whoa. I'm shaking a bit here. I've never felt this way before. Is this what being scared feels like? Huh. This is a lot worse than I imagined. It hurts real bad, like someone's sitting on my chest. I can hardly even breathe right. But it's kind of really wonderful. No, I can't do this. I can't be away from him.
Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their God? But our God's in the heavens. He hath... The idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. They have... muito rápido. Gente, literalmente eu. Olha só. A minha idade. It's a great shame what happened to Ginevra. The post-revolutionary making continued into the wee hours of the morning. After things settled down, the man returned to the city. An elderly man called himself Odilon showed himself before me. Despite his evident age, the man stood tall and spoke in a clear, confident voice. Looking into his deep, sapphire eyes, I felt as though I could see everything he had borne witness to in these walls engraved within them. Odilon revealed himself as an ally of the revolution and as having been in contact with Ginevra. Had things proceeded as initially planned? She was to take power and build the land anew with my assistance, but great change is never without its cost. Nevertheless, I am unspeakably ungrateful for how swiftly you managed to dethrone the former lord. Without your heroic efforts, we would still... Enough the ass kissing. Tell me who you are and exactly what you're hoping to get out of me. No need to be so apprehensive, I assure you. I am more than happy to tell you everything you wish to know. I served as consul to the late Lord Jean-Francois Barnier, and 'twas I who aided the revolution from within the manor's walls, coordinating with Ginevra on the outside. Did I make you the one who ordered the gates open for us, then? Verily. Furthermore, I arranged to have a number of the guards turn cold. Well, you did fine work. We'll have lost a lot more men without your efforts. I have to ask, though, where were you while it actually was happening? I don't recall seeing you anywhere. I took the liberty of finding myself shelter. How fortunate for you to be able to kick back and watch, only to crawl out of your hole after we relieved the lord of his head. Might you perchance be suggesting this old bag of bones take up the blade? It would only serve as an impediment for your success. 30 years ago, mayhap, hardly could I point a sword straight today. Or perhaps you would say that, as I, as a supporter of your cause, should have been present for the occasion regardless. What of little aid I would have been, merely dying a fool's death, becoming naught but another body upon which the living would trek. You're skilled with your words, old man. Of course. My job. There is but one service I can provide you. My knowledge. Knowledge? And you intend to continue to serve as the Lord's consul? For what other reason would I lend my hand to this revolution? You expect me to just take your word? To trust you? Surely you're aware that you cannot rightfully govern this territory without the acknowledgement of the neighboring councils and king. I have knowledge and the connections, which would prove invaluable in establishing you as legitimate and qualified to inherit the throne. Yes, I know. I did not saunter into here blind. I still hadn't figured out how I would accomplish that, but... Wait. I recognize it from somewhere. I remember. You were here during the revolt 3 years ago. You're the one who helped Barnier escape. It was indeed I. That's all the more reason not to trust you. You sat back and watched, not a damn peep, as that clown of a lord left his people to rot. Like hell I'm letting you be my consul. You're an astute young man, but still far too green for your own good. And you failed to fully separate yourself from your old life. Excuse me? I assure you, it was no more fun of Lord Barnier's predilections than you. But as I am sure you are aware, he was quick to send his opponents off to the gallows. And he would be no more merciful to his consul than a Muslim dweller. Edward Jackson would have ensured but one thing, a swift, meaningless death. Moreover, you knew it was not yet the time and stayed your hand, eh? I too had reached the same conclusion, and was awaiting the appropriate time. The perfect time to rearrange the board. You must dispense of the childish emotion that controls you, act exclusively in service of that which most benefits you. And you cannot do so without someone to guide you. You are still merely a fledgling, young man. You know not up from down in this vast new world, and you have neither an army nor the weapons with which to defend yourself. Should you go into that world unaccompanied, it will snap your neck before you feel the hands upon your skin. And what benefits are you hoping to reap from this? You're not acting out of your love for the people, that much is obvious. A chance to fulfill my duties as consul to the Lord. My expertise went largely unused under Lord Barnier's rule. It was a deeply frustrating time for me. Though if I may be blunt, perhaps I should say, I would like to die knowing I have accomplished something worthwhile with my life. I can promise you I have no intention of mistreating the people for my own personal amusement. You're still giving me no reason to actually trust you. Allow my work to speak for my words. Allow me to proffer unto you my knowledge, that it might be of service to you. I don't completely trust this man, nor do I think I ever will. He's after something. Probably wants to use me as a puppet under the guise of assisting me as my consul. He makes a good point though. I'll need someone to show me the ropes if I want any chance of governing effectively. We will come to a decision. Okay. It's a pleasure to have you, Waterline. At your service. That said, try anything, and you'll be out the door faster than you can blink. Understood. Good. Now, if I may, I would like to offer my first instruction. And what would that be? You will need to make a formal proclamation of your succession. There are still many among your people who know not who you are. Thus you must declare yourself the rightful heir, the lost son of Lord Barnier's predecessor. You must assume a new name. Say again? The name by which you were known before is but a veil behind which you guarded your noble identity. And the time has come now for you to reclaim your true self. Hold on a second. I'm not... Yes, I am aware of your lineage. Okay, then what name do you suppose I should take? You shall assume his name. Jean-François Barnier. Credo, vai virar francês. Jacopo vai virar francês. This is some kind of sick joke. You're insane if you think I'm taking on that psychopathic killer's name. Why on this green earth would I ever want to call myself after the man I dethroned? Among the nobility, names are oft passed on, from father to son, from brother to brother. But why his name? A name associated with fear and tyranny. Are you trying to hollow me before I take my first step? You remove the stain his deeds have left upon the name. Lord Barnier killed his father, brothers, and all their families and attendants, as Geneva likely told you. Why do you suppose he killed them? Are you mocking me, old man? He killed them because he was a damned madman. Lord Barnier was not the rightful heir. Excuse me? He was merely a stand-in, to be disposed of and quietly replaced when came the time. However, he grew voracious with power, fixated on becoming the Lord himself. So he killed everyone who stood in his way, both the Barnier family and the attendants who knew the truth. Though he failed to realize that the Lord had sired another son, you, the rightful inheritor of the Jean-François Barnier name. So that's our story, huh? Not a fake. He was. When the truth is revealed, the people will be enraptured, and crucially, the damage to the Bonnier family name will be minimized. After all, the Bonniers were both victims of the charlatan's avarice. As you are to take on the Bonnier family name, it is to your benefit that the reputation you inherit is as unblemished as possible. Furthermore, you have nothing to gain from keeping your present name. No longer are you the man you were in the slums. You must become a new man entirely. Enough. I need time to think. A day. Give me just one. I cannot. It is a matter of the utmost importance. You must act swiftly, or the opportunity will pass and the tides turn against you anon. The people are on your side for now. However, should you fail to expeditiously demonstrate that you, as their new lord, are likewise on their side, you will find yourself with more than counts upon your doorstep. You must decide now. Sir. Alright. I'll swallow my pride. I knew there would need to be some changes before I embarked on this road. So this isn't unexpected. Just moving quicker than I was prepared for. A wise decision. Now, before we move on to the next order of business, I must ask. Are you physically well enough to remain on your feet for a short while longer? You will need to stand before your people and make a speech. Nevertheless, it is evident that you were wounded from your battle, and to reflect poorly on your accomplishments were to collapse during your first appearance. I'll be fine. I can hold myself up long enough to give a speech. Oh, youth, what a wonderful thing. You must be sure to get your rest once I have finished. I will arrange for the best doctors to come examine you. Appreciated. Now then, let us be off. You need merely repeat after me.
Hey! Did you hear the new Lord's speech? Bonnier was a fraud his entire time!
Huh? No way!
By God, I should escape work and going up to the manor to see it! Just you got a chance, go down in the square and tell the squires better know the more of the whole thing! Did you hear? The new Lord led the charge of the revolution, and he was a real Jean-Francois Bossier. Oh, Hog, I was there for his speech. He's so young. And he's on the eyes to boot. They say he spent years living in the slums, hiding his true identity. That must have been so difficult for him. At long last, we're free from our suffering. Free from the terror of Laura Bonnier. Cheers for the new Lord.
Oh, give me a break. You're no damn lord.
How goes it, Maria? You look like we ain't slept in weeks. Where's your small girl? Today's the day we're celebrating.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
What?
You're the one who pushed him into this.
What? What you getting pissy about?
You pressed him into this dumbass revolution to becoming a fucking lord.
Well, that ain't what happened at all. Jacob was the one who propelled the whole thing.
Bullshit. He was trying to talk sense into you at the Midsummer Festival.
God, for the love of cripes, what crawled up your ass and died?
The bullshit asshole's gone and now we got someone on our side in power. What's there to complain about? Is there anything in that meathead of yours?
What was that?
You do realize he can never come back now, right? He's a lord. He's gone. He's gone for good. Up there in the manor all by himself. And you dragged him up to the top of the hill and left him there.
I get that you want someone to take this out on, but Jacob was also the one who proposed becoming a lord.
No.
I didn't push a damn thing on him. He showed up one day with a ring bearing the Bonnier family crest, then told everyone he was royalty and had a claim to the throne.
This is insane.
It was his words that sparked the revolution.
There's no way. Jacopo, it's royalty? You need to get better sense of humor.
My thoughts exactly at first too, but then I saw the crest on the ring. The real deal. Did you miss the whole part where he put on the ring in front of everyone before we stormed the manor? His whole
spiel about me in the air? That was pretty damn convincing if I do say so myself. You seriously think I was there for some stupid pep talk? And you're his friend? I feel like a friend should be rooting for his success, you know? That's what I'm doing. You say that much. Anyway, I got a hot day with a couple of kegs, so I'm out of here. Unless you want to come with, we're gonna be partying all night long. Like hell I'm coming. Just thought I'd ask. Try not to look so sour all the time, okay? You're much prettier when you're smiling. Choking a dick, asshole. Duly noted. Later. I can't root for him because he's my friend. No better than anyone. He's in over his head. All I can do is pray for you, Jacopo. Pray that you'll always be the Jacopo we know. That this won't change you. It's your friends, right? If we're worlds apart now. Man. After giving me just enough time to recover, Oderlund quickly got to work instructing me in everything I needed to know to be a lord. My first priority was to revitalize the city, cleaning up the mess my predecessor had left it in. As much as I wanted to ensure that everyone had food and water, it simply wasn't possible to make it happen overnight. We need to significantly expand our farmland, build additional granaries, repair existing irrigation canals, not to mention crack down on crime and disorder. There was so much to do, it was almost dizzying. The last thing I had to do was whine. That said, none of it could happen with a snap of the fingers. It would take time and manpower, which meant we would have to use existing stores in the meantime. I asked the people, particularly among the upper class, to relinquish ownership of their stockpiles for me to redistribute among the population. That would allow everyone to make it through the transitional period, I figured. Naturally though, not everyone was happy with the arrangement, but the cries of dissatisfaction were drowned out by cheers of support when I explained that it was for everyone's sake, that we would need to band together to carry the whole cities through what would be a rocky transition. As I was patting myself on the back for a job well done, Oderlund shook his head and said, "We'll hold a year at most. We have enough stars to last at least 3 years though. 2 if we want to be extra safe. They will set your manor ablaze long before the stores run dry." Excuse me? Why would they? I'm obviously doing everything in my power to revitalize the city, and I was the one who freed them from the claws of the tyrant. The people see only the results. Though they accept your promises of improvement now, if in a year's time they do not see those words bear fruit, their trust in you will wither away. That you came from the slums is viewed now as a heroic rise to power, but your past will soon be turned against you, used to delegitimize you. You must produce for them tangible results. God, I knew this wouldn't be easy, but still, it boils my blood to think my predecessor sat around on this ass all day. Did he even accomplish anything his entire time as the Lord? I can think of only one truly positive effect of this region: his support for the arts. Is what? Surely you have seen the numerous pieces of art adorning this manor's walls. He would often treat himself with works from the finest artists and artisans in the land. Oh, you mean all those paintings and vases and fancy drapes? Bunch of worthless junk, every last bit of it. None of it would do anything to fill the people's empty stomachs. It would seem you understand not the value of art. Well, I did grow up in the slums. Do you know what purpose art serves? Make you feel better? Nice to have around, but not much more than that. Bribes, my boy. Those who hunger for power similarly hunger for ways to flaunt it, and the singularity of a piece of art fills that role. Some have a genuine appreciation for art, others merely use it as a tool. But nonetheless, skilled craftsmen, artists, and their work naturally gravitate toward those with power. It would be wise for you to consider dressing somewhat less pedestrian soon. Now, we should be able to put the former Lord's possessions to good use in helping you build up valuable relationships. You mean start handing out bribes? Indeed. But remember, they are negotiation tools. You must use them where they provide you the greatest returns. Negotiation, huh? Alright, I think I see where you're getting at. If I want to revitalize the city in a year, I'm going to need help from my good neighbors. In exchange for provisions and workers, I offer the various counts pieces from Barnier's collection. Sound about right?
Precisely. My, you're much cleverer than I would expect of a man from the slums. Now if only we would become accustomed to this manner of thinking, you would become a fine leader in short order.
I appreciate the concern, old man.
I will dispatch messengers and arrange meetings with the Count so we can begin anon. And I hope I do not have to remind you, but you will need to be very careful with your words, Lord Barnier.
Yeah, I know.
You seem quite tired, Lord Barnier.
You think? Every day I have to go meet with someone new, and I spend all my travel time learning how to read and write. Enough to exhaust anyone.
It is necessary nonetheless. Illiteracy will only...
Yes, I know. You said I look tired, and I'm telling you why that is. I never said I had a problem with it.
I overstepped. My apologies. Your diligence has been invaluable in earning the Count's favor, Lord Barnier. They think quite fondly of you.
Is that so? Because it's certainly not the impression I'm getting. They put on a facade of friendliness, but beneath the surface, they're all laughing, trying to figure out how to best use me, or just outright scoffing. Not a one of them sincerely trusts me. I'm just a pawn to them.
We are all pieces of one another's boards.
What's that supposed to mean?
Should it be most prudent to consider that unqualified friendship simply does not exist in high society? All interpersonal relationships are built upon a foundation of mutual benefit, save for exceedingly rare, short-lived exceptions. Nonetheless, you should not consider being used as a bad thing. We all climb atop each other's boards, offering ourselves up as a powerful piece, and so do they offer themselves to us. Should you wish to survive in high society, you must always ensure your peers see you as a piece worth playing.
You mean you're putting yourself out there as well, old man?
Indeed, I am your pawn, Lord Barnier. I offer myself to you, as in your using me, I gain this position as consul to the Lord. It is a far more practical and reliable system than one founded on something so uncertain as emotion, would you not say?
Which is to say, I'm a pawn to him as much as he is to me. I suppose so. Then I too will have to ensure him being useful, lest I be swept aside and another Barnier brought in to take my place.
Oh, sharp words, my lord. But worry not, for I have no qualms of your performance at present. Now, Lord Barnier, we must discuss your next...
Hold on a sec, would you?
Yes, sir?
Do you mind not calling me Lord Barnier in private? I can understand why you want to keep up the charade, even when no one's looking. Frankly, I'm just not comfortable with it.
Very well. Then, my lord, it shall be.
Can't say I'm surprised you won't be using your real name, but still. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you.
Not at all. Now, back to business, my lord.
Took long enough, but we're finally starting to see some real progress. Who knew negotiation was so much work?
You should be proud of your accomplishments, my lord. It is hardly an easy feat to amass that much manpower and resources in only 6 months.
Doing better than expected, huh? How's public opinion looking? Reports should be coming in by now, I assume.
Some dissatisfaction, but numbers are within expectations.
Satisfied? With what? I spent every waking moment these past 6 months working my ass off to revitalize the city. If people aren't happy with that, they should be jumping with joy!
My lord, you must understand that it is impossible to satisfy everyone. A degree of discontent is to be expected.
Even so, it should be blindly obvious how much better I'm doing than the previous basket of rainbows and kittens!
All is forgotten on the gentle ebb and flow of time. Past injustices matter little in the face of the present.
It hasn't even been a year!
The people do not genuinely care about you, nor will they ever. They may sing your praises one day and forget about you the next. I believe we have been through this before.
Surely there's someone out there who gets it.
That is wishful thinking, my lord. You could work yourself to your very bones, and the people would merely see you as fulfilling your duty. You must not seek their approval. More will be expected of you, and more will you be the subject of undeserved resentment for the simple reason that you exist in a position of power. Only those in a similar position can understand your hardships. Ultimately, then, you have two choices. Either dedicate yourself in service to your people, or mercilessly exploit them like your predecessor.
I won't follow in that bastard's footsteps.
I pray your heart remains true, that you remain a wise and caring lord.
Damn it. So what specifically aren't people happy about?
The foremost is food shortages. This was anticipated, and all we can do is ask them to persevere. The second comes from the upper class.
Go on.
They are, quite naturally, displeased about them being made to surrender their stockpiles. It would be prudent to offer them remuneration in the near future.
They're doing well enough for themselves already.
My lord.
I know, just, some steam. So, I got to go butter up all the rich men in town. Wonderful. The whole idea was to help the less well off. Yet here I am.
I understand that you are not pleased about this, my lord. But do remember you have more to fear from a few of the upper class banding together than the entirety of the slums. For they wield the most troublesome weapon, an upper class upbringing. They know precisely who to tell and what to tell about you to tarnish your reputation in the blink of an eye. You do not placate yourself by thinking the common man will see through the attempts to undermine you. Even if they did, an unlikely supposition, they could do nothing to counter it. They are powerless.
It was the people at the bottom who pulled most of the weight organizing and executing the revolution.
It was an exceptional set of circumstances that allowed the revolution to take place as it did, not the least of which was the Lord's status as unequivocally evil in the eyes of the people. You will not find them agreeing on anything so readily now.
Alright, I get it. The point is, I'm gonna win over all the rich people, or my whole operation is going to come to a grinding halt, right? So as much as it rubs me the wrong way, I'll do what I have to do.
A wise decision, my lord.
Is that the last of the complaints?
No. The influx of immigrants has caused an increase in general unrest.
Of course it has. I bring them in to help with the restoration effort, and they go and cause their own new set of problems. It's like I'm chasing my tail here.
So long as there are people under your authority, never will you be completely free of strife.
You're telling me? So would increasing the guard's presence in the city help keep the peace?
Most of those with the training necessary are already deployed, meaning you would need to have new guards trained from the ground up. You would have to mobilize them where they are most needed.
In other words,
tighten your grip on the slums.
So now I've got to take away their freedom.
I know you have a personal attachment to that area, my lord, but you must cast that aside. No longer are you the men you once were. The slums should have never been allowed to fall into such lawlessness in the first place. You will merely be restoring it to its proper state. If you truly wish to bring prosperity to this land, you must eventually scale down and then eliminate the slums.
If I get rid of the slums, I'll be getting rid of their home.
My lord.
I know. I understand what you're getting at. And I understand that everything you're saying is perfectly logical. It just... Can we hold off on that for a bit? A bunch of guys on there formed this peacekeeper group to, keep the peace. They'd gladly help out if we could talk to them, I'm sure. We can scale up our patrols, but no stepping on their toes. Got it?
As you command, my lord.
Hard to believe it's been a whole year. It feels like I only just started yesterday, yet also like I've been doing this forever.
You're looking somewhat worse for wear, my lord.
Do I? Or am I kidding you, right? On the other hand, you don't look like you've even lost an hour of sleep this entire year. Goes to show how inexperienced I really am.
While it is true that I have been in this position for many years, I also do not bear nearly as much responsibility as you. I merely stand in the background and offer you small pieces of advice. All the while, you face the crowds directly, negotiate with counts, make dozens of difficult decisions. If there is one thing I have learned in all my years, is that I could never begin to imagine the weight of a ruler must carry. Never mind one who has never raised to take the throne and thrust himself into the labyrinth of politics and high society. It would be a great surprise if the trials had not taken their toll.
It reminds me, Pioneer was lost for a full decade before we took him out, wasn't he?
and as I recall, he wasn't as much of a despot early on. If just 1 year has taken this much out of me, how much longer before I'm no longer able to act like a reasonable human being? No, don't think like that, Jacopo. Naturally, forget it. What matters is that we seem to be doing a good job minimizing discontent. Indeed, we have successfully made it through the first year. The city is decidedly more presentable than it was when you took the throne. There are precious few who could replicate your accomplishments in such short time, my lord. You would do well to take pride in your work. Pushing to do everything so quickly has taken its toll. The people are worn thin, slaves are dying by the droves. I still have a ways to go before there's anything I can be proud of. Slaves are the tools of progress, my lord. Tools do not last forever and must be replaced regularly. And you can't build a house with your bare hands, I get it. You learn quickly. Not even a year ago, I would have been up in arms about the number of slaves dying, but now there's just numbers to me. Apparently my worldview has changed quite a bit. It is time we start considering your next step. Meaning? Meaning your efforts thus far have merely been toward repairing the damage caused by your predecessor. You make it sound like all this has just been warm-up. My apologies. I did not mean to discount your great efforts, my lord. I was simply speaking of the grander scheme. Yeah, I got that. You want to settle on a direction for how to grow the city, right? Indeed. The status quo is vastly inadequate for bringing prosperity to this land, and there is no saying when the surrounding territories may cease being so friendly and set their eyes upon conquering us. But of course, you cannot keep your eyes trained outward in fear of attack and allow the land to devour itself from the inside either. What you're saying is, it's a balancing act. Precisely. So, what kind of advancements do I want to pursue? There is something that's been on my mind. This land is ill-suited for growing crops. When we lived down in the slums, I had no perspective and figured that what we produced here was no different than anywhere else. But now I know better. The grapes used for our wine are miserable compared to what I've been served elsewhere, as in nearly everything else we grow. I can only assume the land itself is to blame. Oh, the wine from the south is indeed exceptional. You quite nearly gave me a heart attack when you leapt from your chair in the middle of a meeting, shouting, "This is nothing like the wine from home!" Enough! That never happened. It was my first time tasting anything like that, alright? Anyone would have done the same. Oh, did the phrase get a follow? Anyone who had the same reaction. Oh, you have grown much, but nevertheless, you are still quite green. God, I really need to watch my settle from this man. In any case, it would be ideal if we could begin producing higher quality grapes, not necessary to compete with the south, but enough to be serviceable. Efforts to improve our farmland are on the way, although it could take some time before we see the progress. Have you any propositions, my lord? Actually, I was thinking it might be the best to cut back on agriculture. Do elaborate. What if we were to build the city up into a trade hub of sorts? Meaning, you wish to open our gates to our neighbors? Exactly. One thing the city has going for it is its wealth of artisans. But for years, we've only ever exported our goods. I want to bring people here to purchase. We reduce taxes for merchants and give them special privileges. Set tariffs and border taxes lower than they are in the capital. And business will naturally find its way here. This land may be less than optimal for farming, but it's more than adequate for trade. We're in a convenient location to serve as a hub for the surrounding realms. Rather than close our borders and wall ourselves off entirely, opening up and making ourselves of value to our neighbors is far more likely to dissuade potential invasion. We're all pieces on one another's boards, isn't that right? Who says that can apply to the entire city? The best way to expand without stepping in anyone's toes is to do so in a way that benefits them all as well as us. What do you think? A rather aggressive strategy you propose, my lord. If I may be so bold, there will be many obstacles to this plan's success. You will need to arrange meetings with the head of each realm you intend to invite, the order and timing of which will be crucial to its success. Furthermore, the influx of outsiders will be a source of much tension among your people. Do you think I'm aiming too high? You're indeed aiming exceedingly high. Your obstacles will be numerous and precipitous. Nonetheless, obstacles can be overcome. Your exhaustion is nothing compared to the weariness that awaits you down this path. Do be well aware of it. Do be well aware of this, my lord.
Damn right I am. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go all in. The Lord's Manor sat atop a tall hill. Gazing out, the city stretched before me. Countless columns of smoke rising from the buildings, the people scurrying about like so many ants. From up here, I had the perfect view of the bustle of the city, but I was too far away to feel the life breathing through it. I think I used to be one of those tiny little specks. Thousands of people lived there. They had families, jobs, friends, hobbies. But as much as I was cognizant of that fact, I no longer grasped it on anything more than a conceptual level. It was incredible just how much my view of the world had changed in merely a year's time. I wanted to go onto the world, I said. I thought that clawing my way to the top of the ladder would let me see it, let me experience it. That with power I could have the whole world at my fingertips. But reality wasn't so simple. Sure isn't what I was looking for. Hell, I feel like the chain just gotten tighter around my neck. There's no way to truly grasp a view from this height without climbing up and seeing it for yourself. And that was exactly what it was a year ago, blind to the reality of life in the upper echelons, fantasizing about a world that didn't exist. Unlike the me of the past, I did have the satisfaction of feeling like I was accomplishing big things. Was that really worth cutting myself off from all my friends? Did those achievements really justify a bloody revolution? Or suppose I should ask, was this work valuable enough to me to justify it all? Reminiscing about days long gone wasn't going to help anything. In fact, it only served to cause me pain. I couldn't return to that time. This was where my quest for power had brought me, and now I had to live out my days as lord of this land, telling myself, day after day, that it was far better than being a powerless lum rat. God, I've been so busy these past few weeks. My eyes are... One day, I'll show you the world. You ever get tired of saying that? You gotta think big. Dream. The world's changing all around us. Life just fighting to make it day by day is hardly a life at all. I don't want to spend the rest of my days confined to this tiny little corner of the world. Well, try not to let your dreams grow so big they crush you. I'm sure I'll be fine. I just wish... I sure I'll be fine. I'll just have you sing for me if it ever gets to be overwhelming. Why would I be there? Why wouldn't you? It's hard to show you the world if I don't bring you with me. Knowing you, you still won't know where you want to go. So I'll bring you with me. We can find a place for you together. You could do, huh? I don't need to see the world. All I want is... Goes off for a second there. Feels like those days were an eternity ago. I don't need to see the world. All I want is... All you want is what, Morgana? What were you trying to tell me?
Man, it feels like a whole different place here now. You think? It's the same old nasty dump's always been.
Talking about the whole city, adult.
Exactly. Things are on the up and up in the city proper, but we ain't seen a scrap of it down here. The heck's up with that? All the new shops are spinning out the past city border. The highway into town's turned into a full-blown bazaar.
Cool, sounds nice.
Turned in the damn data years. You're saying how come we're still living like rats or they got enough spare coins to build all that market space? Hell, all these damn immigrants coming in, those ones are even bigger shithole than before. No, I never thought much of it till now, but you're right. The game's been a lot busier lately with all the drifters. And Jacopo, Lord Barnier, ain't showing his mug down here even once since it took over. I mean, I get that the bloody lord can't spend all day hanging out in his slums, but he could at least visit. Instead, spending all his time buddying up with the rich folks.
And we used to be such good friends too.
wonder if he's planning to just not bother with us at all.
I hope not, but that sure is what it's looking like. You think he'd at least throw us a bone rather than letting merchants and upper class take coin buys in his coffers? Guess when he became one of them, he became just like him too. Feels like we're in the exact same place we were a year ago. It's no different than old Barney, yeah?
God. Hey, who's you? Lawyer for anything? Oh, yep, for the proof he was looking for. Would you be so kind to never give me a joke like this again? I'll be hanging thoughts over if the Lowe's found I was sniffing around their business. Oh, quit being such a bitch. You didn't steal another or kill anyone, you're fine. Man's secrets can sometimes be worth more than his life. But on to business. Your suspicions were correct. Well, fuck me sideways. Here's your pay. Take it and piss off. I've seen busy. Hey, hold up now. I risked my neck to get that for you, and this is all I get in return. Got a problem with that, you little bitch? No, sir. Don't you worry. You'll get your fair due shortly.
These construction costs are really starting to pile up. Going to put the manor repairs off until we're taking care of more pressing matters, like using the money to help the poor.
The Lord and his residents are the face of his land. If you wish for the city to continue thriving up on the fruits of your relationships with the surrounding realms, you must maintain a minimal level of respectability, my lord. Merchants in particular are merciless judges of appearance. Of this you can be certain. No respectable merchant will do business on equal terms with a city whose lord refuses to take care of his own home.
I get that, but still, so much money.
These are necessary expenses. To acquire the resources required to aid the lower class, we must increase the rate of production. Efforts must begin at the top and gradually work down. You must not be in such a great rush, my lord. The work you are performing is on a much larger, longer scale than perhaps that of which you were accustomed.
You have a point. Then let the construction continue. I'm definitely coming to see just how crucial a bit of embellishment can be to surviving in high society. Every engagement is like throwing myself into a lion's den. Everyone surrounding me, measuring me up. They question my pedigree, some with their eyes, some with their mouths. Some even attempt to dig up dirt on me in order to tilt the scales in their favor. Oh yeah, there was that one time when I was straight up shouted at right to my face. You're no more damn know than any of those other rats whose nest you crawl out of, I recall it. Nothing was wrong. I took the throne by force. It's only natural that people are going to have their suspicions. That I came from the slums is just the icing on the cake. I'm damn lucky if condescension is the worst treatment I get on the first encounter. And then there are the distant relatives Barnier lets slip through the cracks, slithering back up to assert their right to the land. There are a lot more people out to get to me than I first anticipated.
Do remain strong, my lord.
I will always be strong. If so much as let these walls smell weakness, they'll pounce all over me. Like hell I'm going to let that happen. I won't have time to work on helping the poor if I have to spend my days fending off packs of bloodthirsty nobles. I must always appear strong under any circumstances. I of all people should know just how easily a lord can be dethroned. And I'll be next if I leave even the slightest opening. I have to do whatever it takes to make sure that's not my future.
Perhaps you should get some rest, my lord.
Excuse me? You insane? I have to review the construction budget so that...
Allow me to handle that. I will get you something to drink. Perhaps a glass of that certain wine you are so fond of. It is quite sweet. Perfect for alleviating built-up fatigue.
I am not fatigued.
Come now. Please take this request from an overly concerned counsel, my lord.
Fine, you win. Hard to believe it's only been a year and a half. Feel like we go way back.
Oh, we do see each other every day after all.
I'm starting to crave some variety, to be honest.
Never found a good opportunity to ask you this, but yes? Do you have any family? Because if you do, you're more than welcome to have them live here. I appreciate your concern, my lord, but they have all passed away. All of them? Indeed. My entire family was eradicated at the previous lord's order. Once, and only once, I offered him my humble opinion. So infuriated was he by my insolence that he had my family murdered. I would have much preferred myself killed in their stead, but he was a man who reveled in others' suffering. And you just kept on serving him? That is correct. I acted as his loyal servant, too afraid to speak up again. Acted? Recall what I said when we first met. I was sitting in wait for the perfect opportunity. Now you understand why. Well, damn. If I may come clean about that time, I had every intention of disposing of the revolution's puppet master. Never once did I trust Geneva. Her foolish motives were plain as day. As the new lord's mother, she planned to control her planted usurper from the shadows, acting as the effective governor of the land. Having no family left myself, the city and its people are like my children. So I refused to stand by and allow her to turn them into tools to satisfy her own avarice. The land would hardly survive a tyrant sweeping in to replace a tyrant. But she was removed from the board by the former lord before she had a chance to see her aspirations to fruition. Knowing she was no longer a danger, I decided I would wait and see how the successor fared before taking any further action, to determine if you were sufficient to serve as lord of this land. I guess I pass, huh? Are you not upset, my lord? Nothing to be upset about. You never hid the fact that you acted in your own interests. That if a piece had no value to you, you discarded it. And I always knew there was more than what you were telling me. I'll just say, I'm relieved to still be standing here. Oh, if only you knew how close you were to falling on the other side of the line. Am I really that on edge? After all the work I've put on this? Well, you do have a rare aptitude and strength of spirit. You're still much too easily swayed by your emotions. Ergo, I shall continue to instruct you until you are able to fully satisfy my expectations. It is rather curious. So often we speak, so great our time together. I have come to think of you as my second son. Don't get all mushy on me, old man. We're not friends and we're not family. I'm a pawn on your board and you a pawn on mine. Strictly business. Oh, my apologies. I never said a word. Right. Never happened. Moving right along. Just keep doing what you do best. At your service, my lord. Out of curiosity, do you have any free hands around capable of riding your horse? For what purpose? There's someone I once found. Whoever it may be you wish to find, my lord, I am obliged to remind you that... You don't even have to finish that, I know. I'm supposed to leave the past in the past. Let us see then. Your men have their hands rather full at present, but we can perhaps arrange for one of them to be reassigned. You sure? This is a small request, and not once in your entire tenure have you requested to use your men for personal matters. I really can spare a hand or two on such rare occasions. Much appreciated. Shall I arrange for them to set off immediately? Please. I'm looking for a girl. If she's alive, she'll look around 13 or 14. And she has unusual markings on her face. Markings akin to burn scars. Pioneer once imprisoned her in this manner. He used her as a prop for his banquets, cutting her up from head to toe. I guess that the patches on her face are a result of Barnier's abuse. Indeed, I know the girl. I presume she had not survived the slave revolt. I take it you care quite deeply about this girl, my lord. Did allow me to offer my sincerest apologies in his stead. No need to apologize. You have me find her, Odilon. I will oversee the search operation personally to the best of my ability, my lord. I pray the girl is still alive. As do I, unlikely as it may be. I'm just chasing after a sliver of a dream that shattered long ago. El Cain. Pam 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 pararam pam pam pam.
That said, if you do find her alive, bring her here without telling her it's at the Lord's order. She'll likely assume it's the old Barnier who's after her if you say anything. And if she happens to have found a new home where she's happy, just leave her be.
Understood.
Time drifted slowly onward. As I'd anticipated, there was no news regarding her whereabouts, but new shops and stalls continue opening in the city, with them coming in a steady flow of travelers and passing merchants. And as traffic through the city increased, so too did the number of people seeking an audience with me. I was getting busier by the day. My plans to attract merchants and artisans from the capital had worked, and every one of them seemed to have a bigger, more ambitious proposition than the last. My days became a cycle of meetings, reviewing propositions, balancing the budget, and deciding whether to proceed or postpone. In the midst of all that tumult, my thoughts drifted ever further from the poorest of my people. And as the last of the day's meetings, there's no end in sight to this.
That is a good thing, my lord. It means I have succeeded in drawing traffic to the city.
I guess, but still. I need to go back and review all those proposals, so... Lord Barnier, a moment! I don't have a moment to spare. The townsperson requests an audience with the Lord.
You have been instructed to deny entry to commoners.
I tried, but he refused to leave the gate. Hold on. What's this man's name? Sir! He calls himself Gretchen! Oh shit, is it really him? Let him in, by all means.
My lord, you mustn't give anyone special treatment.
Gretchen's not just anyone. We've been to hell and back together. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. I should hear what he has to say.
No, my lord, you cannot. Your pass is...
He's a good friend. I'm not sending him away. That's not even on the table.
Friend or not, you mustn't give him an audience. You are the lord now, and he a mere peasant. You cannot be certain he will hold himself with proper decorum.
I don't appreciate what you're implying about my friend, old man. He's no goddamn brute.
I imply nothing, my lord.
Keep your counsel to topics you actually know something about. I'm not going to stand by and listen to anyone insult my friends, not even you.
My lord, must I remind you yet again to keep your temper in check?
That's enough of you. I'm done. Not another word on the subject.
My lord.
Hey guard, open the gate. Yes, sir. Stop, Jacobo. It's been ages. Feels like forever. How have you been doing? Haven't been better. How about you, kid?
Show proper respect to your lord, peasant. You are to refer to him as Lord Barnier, not any false names you may have responded to while in hiding.
Seriously? You ain't gonna let him kick back even for a buddy? Enough, old one. You can call me by my old name.
Oh, my lord.
I said I've heard enough from you. Well, look at you. Taking charge and barking all important like. You're like a whole new man, my lord. Please, you can use my name. I'm dead serious though. Hard to believe it ain't even been 2 years. You seriously look like a whole new man. You think so? I don't feel like I've changed all that much myself. I don't know, you're just, what's the word? Emanate to lordliness now. Guess it don't take long in a noble's end to turn into one of them, no matter how far down the chain you come from. Hey, look at this room. Look at his fancy fucking furnishings. None of this old Barnier stuff, is it? No. With all the meetings I've been having, I need to make sure I had room that was nice and presentable. Well, that's one way to put it. Hey, don't think I'm just throwing around money for the fun of it. But when any point in negotiation, I need to look like I had... Now there, just play yourself, kid. I totally get it. It ain't easy dealing with a bunch of rich folks that sticks up their asses. I appreciate it. Anyway, what brings you here today? Well, but do I need a reason to visit a friend? Kids or guy just want to hang out and catch up? Come on. I never said that. I'm just extremely busy at the moment. I don't have much time to spare for anyone. Come on, don't be such a tight ass. That's exactly why I'm here. Make sure you don't got that stick up there so deep it punctures your brain. You gotta get loose sometimes. I suppose. Thank you for your concern.
So let's get sloshed, just like the old days. I haven't brought the booze. I wish I could, but I don't have the time. You drink with merchants and rich snobs will not me. That drinks kid, rot to gut. As serious pushes as ever. Alright, fine, one drink in the back room. Haha, that's what I'm talking about. My lord, we'll be fine, Odeline. We go back years. There's nothing wrong with a couple of friends sharing drinks after hours. If you insist, my lord, but the peasant must leave his blade behind. I will not, under any circumstances, allow you to be alone with an armed slum dweller. Yeesh, everyone here needs to loosen up, huh? You seriously think I'm gonna pull a sword on old pal? Humor me. Whatever, fine, you win, old timer. Happy now? Yes. Sorry about the aggression. Odin is always on edge, it's nothing personal. Nah, it's cool, can't say I blame him. Now let's go get thrashed. I brought a little something for that pub we used to hunt. Bet you usually drink way better shit than this now that you're the friggin' lord. But I hope you like the old times, you know? It reminded me of the time we had the drinking contest. Wanna go another round? I'll have to refrain. Odilon would murder me if I did that. Sounds like the goose got you by the balls, huh? No fun allowed up here in the Lord's house. Can be rather suffocating, yeah. But you can at least let loose today. 2 old times, kid. 2 old times. Now, this is a sight I never dreamed of. The 2 of us here in the Lord's Manor drinking together. We're both slaves when we met, for God's sake. Ha ha ha! The old fucking joke. You never know what love will bring you. Been almost 5 years since then. Yeah, when it's even 20 yet. And it's better we've both grown quite a bit since those days. We're still running around like a wild boar even now. Hard to say. I don't think I'm as bad as you used to be. But getting into shit kinda comes with the territory, you know? And the slums are still the same as ever. I see. So how's everyone doing down there? We're scraping by as usual. The rest of the gang? Maria? The guard's still lazing around in the pub all day. Maria's rebuilt the brothel and she's getting by as best she can. Obviously not in the same place and it's smaller than the old one. But for a chick, she's doing alright for herself. I'm glad to hear it. So tell me, kid. You and her totally had a thing, yeah? Where on earth did that come from? I believe I already told you. No, we didn't. This seems like she's about 10 times more worried about you than anyone else. That must have been something. Don't make sense otherwise. Maybe she's had a thing for you and I never saw it. Poor girl. There were no romantic feelings on either side. We were friends. Simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less. Have you seen those honkers? What does it have to do with anything? You just don't make sense to me. How can a guy only be friends with a chick? It just means we value certain things in life differently. You know, you like to do that sometimes. Get all weirdly noble like that. I didn't mean that as a jab. It has nothing to do with being noble. Maria's special. We've known each other for most of our lives and we survived hell together. Oh yeah, you mentioned that before, didn't you? That you two have known each other for longer than anyone else. What was it like back then for the 2 of you? Before I met her, Maria was raised in an orphanage. She said she ran off because she and the director didn't get along. Huh? Can't say I'm surprised. How about you? I hardly remember anything from before I came to the city. Just bits and pieces of what my mother told me. Being guarded by a bunch of men, being kidnapped by bandits. Yeah, I mean that noble woman. Real shame I had to lose her soon after reuniting, huh? Indeed it is. Ha ha ha! Don't you think it's about time you cut the shit? Excuse me? You're not a bunny. You didn't inherit the throne. You're just a damn fraud. Ain't that right, Jacopo? When you talk... Fire's starting to kick in, looks like. God, you got any idea how high it was not to throw you through that entire conversation? What?
Almost out of nowhere, my heart rate skyrocketed and my legs started trembling so violently I had to lean against the wall to support myself. The whole world started swirling, and I could just barely make out my old friend glaring at me through the fog.
How you like that? Feels like your heart's about to burst on it. Don't you worry, kid. Y'all won't be feeling nothing soon. You poisoned the drinks? Why would you? Why? You seriously need me to spell it out for you? Now, you've been stuffing your head with the fucking rainbows up here. You wanna know what they call you down in the slums? Jacopo the Betrayer. I did not betray. You take one goddamn look at the city and tell me that again. Why you up here treating everyone with a cart and some trinkets to sell like fucking royalty? The slum's still the same rat's nest you left it. No, we're even worse off now. We got a new marketplace and once can turn a little bit of money into a big old pile of gold. But if you got nothing to begin with, you're just dead in the streets. All you do is making the rich even richer. No, I'm trying. I wanted to explain how I had everything planned out. But I first needed to improve the economy as a whole before I could turn my attention to the less well-off. That nothing changing was proof I was protecting them. That the slums had been in danger of being eradicated entirely, and I had stopped it. But I could see in his eyes that nothing I said would convince him. As far as he was concerned, I was pure evil. Yeah, now the man you used to be. Grecian, I thought you believed in me. Yeah, damn right I did. And then you went and fed us a bunch of lies. You call yourself the rightful heir. You call yourself a Barney heir. But I did my digging. You got a lick of red blood in you. All you ever wanted was to line your pockets, you selfish bastard. No, you never had any intention of helping us. Please, hear me out, Grecian. We're all your sponsor here. The whole damn revolution was part of your game. I'm begging you. How's it feel knowing your throne sits on the backs of all those people who you betrayed? Please. You don't have any right to call yourself the goddamn Lord. Christian! Hell, you barely have any right to call yourself a fucking man. You're just a rat in fancy clothes. Should have been me. I would have made an infinitely better Lord than you ever were. If only I had that ring, then it could have been me. That's what it was all about. In a flash, everything I once felt for this man, all the friendship, the camaraderie, the sympathy went cold. As much as he tried to dress up this whole farce, that was where his heart truly was. He was just sour about not being the one who got to be the Lord. He believes himself superior. He got himself caught up in this stupid feat of jealousy. And now he's trying to kill me over it? And seriously, all this is? You're listening to a word you're saying? What was that? You're the one who's not the man he used to be. And you're the one who's being the self-centered bastard. Talk how you want, that man. Grecian, I knew, would never resort to using poison. He had drawn his sword the second he passed through those gates, faced me like a man. Oh, look at you. Even Barney had more of a spine than you. You dare compare me to that sack of shit? Alright, fine, I'll play it your way. You had a knife hidden on him? An instant later, Grecian was brandishing a short blade. He had snuck it in under his clothes, I presumed. I was almost amazed at how thoroughly prepared he was. He never had any intention of this going any other way. He hadn't come to talk. He was never going to hear me out. He was here to do one thing and one thing only. And I doubted he had any plans of what would come next. Raw hatred was all that fueled him. He wouldn't take my place after killing me. He wouldn't work himself to the bone to ensure the city kept running. He didn't give a single damn about any of that. You're scum! I won't be taken down by some worthless self-absorbed rat! Nothing I ever tried had been enough to pass Grecian in combat. And that was when I was at my peak. Not with the myriad needles of this poison prickling with my every pore, barely able to stand under my own weight. But still, I had no intention of surrendering my life to this cur. I took in a deep breath, clenched my teeth, shouted at my shaking limbs. Move! 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 Move, that you! My fingers, I could feel them again. Before the thought finished passing through my mind, my hand reached for the blade. Grasping the rapier hanging from the wall, I swiftly drew it from the scabbard. It was a decorative blade, not meant for combat. It would probably bounce right off Gratian's muscular chest, whereas one place I could target. Rot in hell, you son of a bitch! Knife in hand, he lunged at me. Bom, se tem um lugar que ele pode mirar, obviamente, são os olhos. Just moments before death befell me. My vision blurred by the poison grew unbelievably clear. Gratian almost appeared to be moving in slow motion. I wasn't sure my mind had ever been so clear, so sharp in battle before. The dying embers of my fading life burdened you into a blazing inferno. Ah! And like my fire upon the air, this one was over in an instant. Before I had time to breathe or even blink, it was settled. In that same instant, everything I had built up with his men turned to dust. I had never once defeated him. For as long as I had known him, was always, always, always number 2. And now, for the very first time, no pescoço? I won. Why did it have to be you there? And not me. The blade of the rapier in my hands skewered Gratian's throat. His mouth flapped open and shut like a fish. He glared at me, face twisted in a mixture of hatred and agony, sputtering fragments of contempt, until the light drained from his eyes. My first victory against my old friend also took his life. And all happened in the blink of an eye, hardly enough time to even register on my mind. My lord, what was that commotion? What happened? My lord, please stay with me. We're poisoned. Someone, is anyone there? Yes, sir. The doctor, as quickly as you can. Aye. My lord, please, my lord. A doctor will be here shortly. Please stay with me just a little longer. My lord. You were right. I was stupid. I should have listened. I thought he was my friend, but he wasn't. Not anymore. Because we had once been friends. I made him greatest friend. Can't breathe. My blood feels like it's made of magma. My throat burns. My skin, it's like it's being eaten away. Who's there? Who's there? Why are you laughing? Answer me. How does it feel, boy? To know it all went exactly as I said it would. What? How was sure that you wouldn't be able to trust anyone? You're dead. The worst is yet to come, boy. Silence! You could work yourself to the marrow of your bones and so the people never look beyond the surface. I said enough! Listen, you can hear the scorn in the voices. They're calling you a tyrant, a soulless monster. I know you can hear them. They're not. They say you're no better than me. That you're a foolish ruler who cares not for his people. They shout an endless cacophony of discontent. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm nothing like you. Can you then remain a virtuous leader no matter how bitterly your people despise you? Is your love for them truly so resolute? No. The virtue you brandished was never so selfless. Momento Duende Verde aqui do Jacopo. Tell me I'm wrong, Slumrat. It is not benevolence that drove you to take the throne, but a thirst for power, for prestige. Not another word! Do you know what truly brought you here? You were tired of people looking down on you. You thought you would be treated with respect if you had real power. You wanted it more than anything in the world. Enough already! You dedicated your life in the service of others. It was never going to last. Allow me to make a prediction. Soon, very soon, you find yourself drifting over to my side. You stop caring about the people's lives, and for that they will despise you. You lose any last bit of sense left in you, push everyone away until you're all alone, and then you'll succumb completely to the madness's grip. Stop talking! You don't have what it takes to be the lord of the land. I said stop talking! The people aren't the only ones who aren't on your side. You have enemies everywhere you look. The nobles don't accept you as one of them. They'll try to drag you off your throne by any means. Your ancient servants will turn on you. And this won't be the last time you're rid in the claws of poison. Again and again and again and again. Never will you stop being the target of others' loathing. Or will you continue to act like some kind of paragon of virtue, never wavering in your faith in others? How long will you be at your benevolence last? In the face of dozens of attempts on your life! Shut your goddamn mouth! You uneasy boy. Because you came from the slums, you face even more, even greater threats than I. Silence! That just terrifies you. Brings all the hope from your heart. Well, there's an easy solution. Follow in my footsteps and reign with terror. Stop talking! I've heard enough of your goddamn noise! You're already afflicted with a great curse, boy. A curse known as the Lord of the Land. It's a curse from which you'll never be free. And hence, you will never be free from me. However much you may come to regret taking that throne, I can't get it back now. It's not something you can simply hand off to someone else, nor a duty from which you can simply relieve yourself. That anguish and agony and misery brings you every day will follow you all the way to your grave! Just stop, damn it! Keep your babbling to yourself, you damn ghost! Go on, try and make me cover my mouth, why don't you? You can do it, can you? You're too weak to defeat even a mere spirit. Shut the hell up! Ah, é? Pera aí, o Nightbot ficou meio silencioso hoje, né? Não, se bem que ele tava aqui, sim. Eu acho que é só o chat que ficou meio parado. I know precisely what your future holds, boy. You sit upon the throne alone, not a single person at your side. And not even death shall free you from your eternal solitude. For it is not but an empty shell with which you decorate the throne. Stop talking! You hear that, Slumrat? Someone's come for you. Question is, do they act out of genuine concern? Can you be sure the water they gave you is safe to drink? Perhaps they mean to finish you off. A simple grunt like him could get his hands on poison. How easy do you think it would be for the Lord's Council to procure a substance hundreds of times more potent? Hell, you wouldn't even have to go through the trouble. You're no more a threat than an insect with its wings torn off. A feeble woman or a crippled slave could plunge a knife into your trembling spine with little effort. Behold, the former mastermind of the revolution. All this suffering you brought in on yourself by trying to defy your fate. The nightmares continued. Again and again and again they haunted me. Every time I drifted off to sleep, there floated Barnier's severed head, cursing me, mocking me, laughing at me from every direction. And as he said I would, I soon began to hear the people as well, endlessly condemning me, deriding me, berating me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but Gratian's words told me otherwise. All my old companions called me Jacopo the Betrayer, he had said. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Was it day? Was it night? Was I sane enough to tell the difference? Was he even still alive? I had no idea. It was always the same refrain every time he appeared. You can't trust anyone. Your friends will all eventually betray you. Try to drag you off your throne. Your people have no faith in you. Everyone despises you. I couldn't even tell anymore. Were those Barnier's words? Or were they coming from the depths of my own mind? All I knew for certain was that there was no escaping them, and that they were slowly eating away at my spirit. My breathing was labored, and my entire body felt like it was on a spit being roasted in the internal flames of hell. And at other times I couldn't stop shivering. I felt like I had been tossed into a frozen river. Doctors, guards, Odilon. I couldn't tell who was who. But there always seemed to be someone standing at my side. The faceless shadows were anything but comforting though, for Barnier's ghosts constantly reminded me of a threat they posed. I quite certainly wailed like a terrified child. Everyone seems like a danger. If even Gratian couldn't be trusted, who was to say the doctors weren't sneaking poison into my medicine? Who was to say Odilon didn't plan to silently remove me? I didn't know who I could trust. Or maybe I knew I was right. I couldn't trust anyone. Till he cackled. Till he cursed right by my ear. There isn't a soul left in this world who won't betray you. He whispered, laughing away. My fever seems to be receding. I can finally move again. Looks like he survives.
Agradeço a @TFT pelo sub de presente. Que história é essa de Nier automática?
Nier automática. What the fuck? Eu queria que o meu chat aqui mostrasse eventos. Não deveria mostrar eventos? Ah, que estranho. Ele não mostrou o que você mandou aqui. Esse aqui tá falando. Que história é essa de linha automática? Jogaço, Paedro, jogaço. Eft falou que você... Ele tá querendo te convencer a jogar e eu entro no bonde. Ok, show. Não é longo que nem Xenoblade, então
Pelo menos tem isso. É pra olhar embaixo da calcinha da menina, né? Tecnicamente ela não usa calcinha. Então, fica à vontade. Mas tem um negócio pra você fazer isso aí. Não, não. Ela usa uma roupa. É tipo. Eu não sei como é o nome da roupa, mas ela, tipo, usa uma roupa que cobre a parte. Aí ela tem uma saia. E essa parte da roupa é, tipo, essencialmente cobre o tronco dela todo. Mas, tipo, você pode olhar por baixo da saia. Você pode até. Bom, deixa pra você jogar quando você descobre quando você for jogar. Tem umas coisas que você pode fazer aí pra dar uma mudada na coisa. Pode até, pode até. Pode até. Não é nada demais, mas, tipo, você pode. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you, older one? Anyone? Oh, Bernier, so glad to see you're feeling well again. Thanks. We've all been worried sick. Oh, Bernier? What? Oh, pardon. You just seem, not quite yourself. Ah, okay, okay. But after all that's happened, I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise. How long was I out? 3 days, sir. The poison kept you bedridden for 3 full days and nights. That long, huh? I've got a lot of work to catch up on. Yes, sir. For an employer to take things easy for the next few days. Where do I ever have time for that? Now where's Odilon? Haven't seen him. Go fetch him for me. He is presently... Don't tell me he's not... Ready. Don't tell me he's not around. Where the hell did that old man get off to? No, he is here. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was... Odilon! My lord, is that you? Thank heavens you are well. Forget about me. What happened? My deepest apologies. I don't want an apology. I want you to tell me why this happened. Please, my lord, distress not over the simple old man. Hipocopia. Devo não jogar? Eu devo não jogar? Exato, você deve não jogar. Assim, Pedro, eu não sou exatamente a melhor pessoa pra ter uma opinião sobre qualquer jogo de Pokémon. Ainda mais um jogo que parece ser super tranquilo. Eu não sou exatamente o tipo de pessoa atraída pra esse tipo de jogo. Especialmente se ele custar R$450. Mas... né? Tá aí. Why, Odilon? The Odilon I know would never deign to put himself out in front of a gang of slum dwellers. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odilon was struck in the head with a stone and is in critical condition. The following day, that is, the day after Gratian poisoned me, a dozen people from the slum showed up at the manor gates. They cried in angry protest against the Lord, demanding change. Evidently, Gratian hadn't kept word of my deception to himself. So in addition to their other complaints, they shouted there was a fake. That wasn't actually nobility. They threatened to reveal my secret if I didn't do something about their living conditions. Já vimos versão física, ok, game card, com R$110 a menos, mas não vou comprar isso ainda. Por 340 é um preço de jogo normal. Então, ok, nesse ponto já seria mais aceitável, mas ainda cara. Hey, Melly. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ei, sem francês no meu chat. Ei, sem francês no meu chat. Yuck. Claire Obscure? Oh, você ficou sabendo?
Bonjour, Monsieur Pedro.
Eu! Quem não? Um quadrinista francês tá sendo... Estão ameaçando um quadrinista francês de processo por causa que ele fez uma história em quadrinhos com o nome Claire Obscure há muito tempo e só foi publicado agora. Esse é o povo que você apoia? Hã? Soha loves the French. Shut up! I don't! No! No! Hey! Estão ameaçando ele com processo. Não. Ele foi forçado a mudar o nome do quadrinho dele, mesmo se foi muito antes do jogo. E mesmo se não tem nada a ver com o jogo. I don't love the French. I didn't... Okay, hold on. Did you do the Sanrio personality test or whatever? You were at the chat at the time, right? I think. Oh yeah, we were doing that. So it was like yeah. So I'm gonna get my fucking results and get a fucking rabbit from France. Why? I guess there's just no way around it. I guess there's no way around it. I am French. I'm gonna start eating baguettes. Here, we draw the flag, right? I'm gonna start eating baguettes, just like Casaneteto. Oh, je parle français. Et je suis monté. I played the Insect Glaive and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. I think that's where it all started. Right? Por acaso o personagem de Agretsuko tá incluso? Que é isso? Agretsuko? Ah, talvez. Se é da Sanrio, talvez. Eu acho.
Sœur est un Français d'honneur? Bon.
French lover confirmed. I don't wanna love the French! I don't wanna! They made Code Lyoko, which is actually pretty good, actually. Fuck! Hold on. You guys are taking the piss, alright? Alexa, toque Alô Zondans. Okay, hold on. Wait. I fear have no saying this. Man! They make some of the best animation in recent times. Yeah, you actually do have a point. Yeah. They gotta go. No, they did! No, they don't! They suck! Ooh, stinky! Just like Melly. Like, Chad, you gotta tell Melly to go have a shower? Like, god damn. Fucking stinky ass. Ooh. Ew. Haven't taken a shower in fucking 3 months? At least. Haven't taken a shower since last year. No, break my 2-month streak. That's disgusting. Fucking the rotten cheese smell just came by over here. I can feel the stench thousands of kilometers away, just emanating directly through the string. A VPN of the foul smell. Ew. Anyway, what was I saying? That was Run Fun Baby Game Studio that made a Game of the Year winner RPG. Yeah. No shower February. No cleaning March. Stink maxing April. What else? No, I get you. You're gonna be here. You just arrive and you mog everyone. You mog everyone with your incredibly potent smell. No deodorant April. Let me think here. Grease up May. Bruno's going to France in a few days. No shot. Really? Man. You know what? Chat. Us. Let me take this off because I don't want to keep listening to the game song for now. When I am capable of buying myself a trip to anywhere out of the country, I guess I will go to France. We will marry a French woman one day. Will I? I guess it's destiny. Because I have to repent for the sins of a past life. It's like, oh, you don't like the French? Well, fuck you, bitch. Here. Well, you are, everything leads to France for you. Everything you like is from France. This, oh, it's French, by the way. Also, the love of your life. Oh, man, it's French. You know, actually, I take that back. For that to never happen, I should not go to France. But even then, even if I do not go to France, it will happen. I know it will happen. Inside Glaive user, you know, Where's the bread color? Yeah, this will do. I'm very hungry. I will eat the bread. Hey Melly, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Try out all the emotes. I think my emotes are cool and good. And I hope you enjoy them. I'm making a baguette here. Hold on. Like, oh, I'm hungry. Let me eat the baguette. We sus. Pause. No, stop, guys. No. It was a. Hold on. Não, vou ter que ir lá pra aquele lugar, sabe? Sabe, chat? Aquele lugar. Ah! Okay, never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Everyone forgot about it. Okay? Never happened. Doesn't leave the chat.
I don't know how to speak in French.
Já clipou?
They're waiting for you, Melia.
Does this world need a coronation? I just don't see the point.
Don't say that. It is the will of the people. It will mark the birth of a new era.
You'd also have been a fine choice.
Yes, well. I'm
Isso daqui?
occupied with my research, as you know. Empress Melia.
Ah, é daqui, é da música? Ah, vai jogar Future Connected, porra!
Here we go.
And
yes.
What's Melly? What is it?
French chaos kilogram. French
Whoa, Shadow, pause. Pause. Shadow, pause! Yo! Yo! Shadow's kinda freaky! Shadow's kinda freaky, man! Seems like he was choking on a baguette as well, huh? Man, I'm never gonna live this down. Oh shit, I'm never gonna live this down. Just like me, yeah, just like me. I love choking on baguettes. You know, it's my favorite pastime. I take one big bite, I go, just that, just like that. Whatever makes you happy. You know, some people have their stuff, their peculiarities. Let's put it like that. Mine is being French, I guess, being pseudo-French. It's because I don't know, man. I just can't eat one. There's not enough German in your profile. You know, it's kind of fucking funny you say that because I do have German descent. I do. It might not be as recent as my Italian descent, but I do have it. I do. I do think well, yeah, from my father's side. Yeah. Yo, what's up? Dap me up. Dap me up. You know, I was gonna say something. I was gonna say one thing. But the whole baguette thing already made everything so suspicious, so I'm just gonna say, yo, Oktoberfest, let's go, let's drink some beers and shit, let's fucking get smashed. Shit. Anyway. Yeah. I think it can't get worse after the horse thing. Okay, Melly. Look. Melly. How can I put that? Like, I'm going insane over being stalked by Snuff like that. I'm going crazy. He fucking comes to me and says, oh, if we're the last 2 people on Earth, we're gonna have to breed to keep the species alive. What are you gonna do? I said, oh no, I'm gonna kill myself. I don't need to do that. And then he goes, oh, but we need to keep the species going, and I don't know why. And I'm just going like, you know what? I'll kill you instead and breed with a horse. It's like, I prefer doing it with a horse than doing it with you. But I mean, it's bad. It's supposed to be bad. Everyone took it very poorly, and I guess I got it. I got what I wanted. You know. And still, he remains unfazed. I don't know what to do anymore. Guess I'll just keep being very rude. A hatred for Snuff. I mean, what the He's just built different. He's LARPing his ass off. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Why? Like, why is he doing that? So weird. I mean, I don't care anymore, but you know. As the commotion dragged on through the day, people within the manor started getting restless. Eventually, it got to be so tense that Odilon stood near a window, told them they needed to cease immediately, and that if they wouldn't, they would be charged with lèse-majesté, a fucking French, which is when he was hit in the head with a rock and lost consciousness. God, damn fool!
I am quite pleased to see you have recovered. Enough to shout with such vigor. Now I needn't worry.
I can't believe Odilon is dying. He was literally me. Wait. Wait, slow down. Worry about what?
Regrettably, it would seem old age has bested me. I think the stone must have gotten my eyes. Wherein I cannot see you there, my lord.
I'm right here. Please don't give up on me. You're stronger than a stupid rock. Give it a few days and it'll be back to perfect health. Even if your sight doesn't come back, you can still do your job. I can tell you everything I see. Come on, Odilon.
My sincerest apologies.
Please. Why would you even go and try and talk them down yourself anyway? Whatever happened to acting only in your own benefit? What did you have to gain from not having them executed on the spot? They were rioting in front of the Lord's manor. You had no reason to bother warning them. There was no question that you were committing a serious offense. Why didn't you just do what you always do? And then I will argue with you about it like I always do. What the hell got into you, Odilon?
I suppose I must have softened up somewhat.
Excuse me?
You cared so much about your friends in the slums, my lord, that I took pity on them. Old age seems to weaken more than just the body. How truly inconvenient.
Odilon.
Nevertheless, I'm glad this old body held out until today.
What are you?
We're not being able to pass on peacefully, and I'm not seeing you recovered from the poison, my lord.
Stop it. Don't talk like that. I told you, you're stronger than one damn rock. I'm your lord, damn it! My word is the law!
'Tis with great regret that I must defy my lord's command.
Enough. I mean it. You stop this right now.
Oh, my warnings against being swayed by your emotions remain unheeded, I see.
Who the hell's fault do you think that is, huh?
You are the lord. The sooner you learn to control that place, the smoother your future endeavors will proceed. Do not allow your days to be cut short as well in a moment's weakness. I implore you to always remain strong. Strong and ever high of heart, so that none may drag you down. With death upon me, my hands are shaking dreadfully. I didn't think anything scared you. It terrifies me to know I will be leaving you alone. Before I was able to teach you everything, I cannot bear knowing that I have forsaken you but the onset of a great and perilous journey. There is so much more I have yet to pass on to you that you will need in order to become a great ruler. So much.
And don't go. Stay and teach me. You said you wanted to fulfill your duties as consul. But you didn't want to die until you had accomplished something worthwhile. You can't tell me you're satisfied with this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Do this. You can't. Say something. Please say anything. Now it's all a cruel prank. Hold on! Lord Barnier. Odilon is dead. Make arrangements for a funeral. Yes, Lord. And what happened with the riot? They fled soon after striking Odilon, and we waited to return to the city. Thank you. Would you like something done about them, my lord? I would. They need to understand that their actions have consequences. They slandered the Lord and murdered his council. We can't just let them walk away from that now, can we? Then we will have them all arrested and thrown in the dungeon. I said there would be consequences. You just slap it on the wrist, they will come back and do it again. They'll mock me, condescend me, ridicule me, be making a mess of my home. Tell me, you feel safe serving the Lord whose people neither respect nor fear him? Do you have any admiration for a leader like that? Have them executed. Since Odilon isn't here to advise it, I, Lord Barnier, officially order every spark of opposition to be snuffed out. We find every last one of the rats and relieve them of their heads, and then put them on display in the city square. Make sure they know damn well exactly what awaits. Anyone who opposes Lord Barnier! Yes, Lord.
Sim. Bom, são franceses. Não dá pra acreditar neles.
Oh, uau! Ótimo, ótimo timing. Perfeito. Só seria melhor se fosse o Nightbot, mas muito bom. Odilon's blood was on my hands. My inexperience and naivete had gotten him killed. He had warned me again and again that my people had no love for me. But I ignored him, foolishly believing in friendship. An integration into my house, and ultimately getting Odilon murdered. My trust didn't belong with Gratian, or my old slum companions. It belonged with Odilon. I should have realized so much sooner that he was the one and only person that left I could trust. Men with whom I had spent years had likely participated in the riot, men whose names I knew, whose faces I recognized, with whom I had spoken on countless occasions. But I felt not even a pang of regret in ordering their deaths. I didn't reminisce about the good old days. Those days were gone, irrelevant, meaningless. I felt no sympathy for the people they were leaving behind, nor did I so much as bat an eye. When I saw their bodies lined up before me, compassion bred weakness, made you vulnerable. I had to excise every last bit of it. It was the last thing I needed, for it was the Lord, Jean-Francois Barnier. I mean, I get it. I get it that he had the whole plan and all that to, you know, shit. It had the plans and all that to get the city forward and eventually get everyone into a better place, but he was following Odilon's orders to, not orders, but suggestions to a T. And you gotta appease the people, man. Like, fucking bread and circus, right? You gotta do something like that. You gotta at least give them something so they can just behave for the time being. It's like, oh, do this for the trade route, do this so you can make connections with the other nobles and all that. Like, yeah, sure, that is technically more important because those are the other people that are in power that can take you down, but just completely ignore the lower class like that, kind of stupid, especially when you came from there and you theoretically had the idea of bringing equity to everyone. So, kind of a flawed process. Hey, look at all those heads. Obviously, they were beheaded for trying to assassinate the. It seems like a lot of folks were an assassination attempt. Who could say ever happened up yonder? You been down to the square today? I have. My heavens, I'm all passed out at the sight of it. Why were those stupid dogs trying to go after the Lord anyway? There's been whisperings around town. They say he was actually born in the slums and isn't knowable at all. Wasn't that just discovered while he was in hiding from the phony Barnier? I certainly hope that's the case. But either way, it's probably best to keep quiet about the topic. I'll say, I doubt to do anything as bad as a phony, but it still brings back bad memories. When things were getting to be so pleasant, too. This is some kind of sick joke. Fucking creation's right at the very front. And the other guys you used to hang out with at the pub. Did you kill them all, Jacopo? You killed all your old friends? Why? Why the hell, Jacopo? You would never hurt anyone. What happened to you? You went through hell with these guys. How could you just fucking murder them? Have you really changed that much? You have. You have, Jacopo. You've become a completely different man. No, you're long dead. You died in that goddamn revolution. The Jacopo I know no longer exists. All that's left is Lord Barnier. Everyone, we're all gone. You, Morgana, Jaren, Ration, every last one. What the fuck, man? I appointed a new consul shortly after Odilon's death, but he was an ineffectual, short-sighted oaf. To top it off, he had a tendency to simply not agree with anyone and everyone rather than express any opinions of his own. If anything, having him around made my job more difficult. But it wasn't as though there was anyone else competent enough to take the position, and relieving him so soon would come with his own crop of problems. So I ended up using him to shuffle papers and handle other manual work while I took care of the actual decision making. My first order of business was to establish clearly defined rules and punishments. Speaking of the Lord, spreading false rumors about his lineage, creating art of any form which could be interpreted as defamatory. These were all considered acts of lèse-majesté and, in the most severe cases, were potentially punishable by death. I started seeing results almost immediately. The people stopped claiming I was a fake, that I came from the slums. The Barnier name became a symbol of fear once again. My renovation efforts proceeded as originally planned. The city flourished as a commerce hub, attracting merchants and patrons and visitors from near and far. Some fields had to be removed as well to accommodate the expansion of the marketplace, but they were hardly producing anything worthwhile to begin with. If farmers wanted to keep farming, they were free to move elsewhere. I scaled down the size of the slums while scaling up security. Lacking leadership, what little remained of the peacekeeper group had turned into a gang of unruly thugs. Rather than keeping the peace, they largely made things worse. In response, I forbade the formation of unauthorized organizations within the slums. With all that in place, the city was much safer and more orderly, and the economy significantly stronger than it had been under my predecessor's rule. However, those unfortunate enough to miss riding the wave of economic growth found themselves falling even further behind their neighbors. The ravine between the poor and the wealthy had become nigh uncrossable. My own manor was hardly a bastion of safety either. Not only was I rapidly enacting new policy, laws were stricter and punishments harsher than before. So many were, to put it lightly, more than a little bit displeased with me. I'd gone through several food tasters and just as many direct assassination attempts. It wasn't particularly difficult to avoid major incidents by simply suspecting everyone, but I could seldom relax as a result. In time, I came to prefer solitude. Well, not so much prefer, as require it for my own safety. Odilon's death left me with more than just solitude, though. The phantoms slipped free from my dreams, appearing from my shadow whenever I was alone, laughing endlessly. What did I tell you, boy? You're controlling them with fear, just as I did. It's a wonderful feeling, is it not? The look of terror on men's face is the most exquisite thing in all the world. Silence you. Stand by the window and listen. You can hear them all the way from the bottom of the hill. They moan the great and terrible Lord Bonnie. Be quiet. Do you know who their cries are about? It's not me any longer. It's you, boy. Shut up, goddammit. Don't fool yourself. You're no better than me. Enough! That's silence, spirit! I am nothing like you! Is that so? Then tell me, boy, how do we differ? I don't hold those disgusting banquets for one, nor do I torture slaves for my own sick pleasure. By your command, hundreds of slaves are being worked so hard it will surely spell their deaths. How is that any different than murder or torture? Their deaths aren't meaningless. They're giving their lives for the good of the city. In your eyes, perhaps, but how many would take your side? I have no idea what you're talking about. When the people were truly satisfied with your rule, you would be holed up in this room all the time. You have no one you can open up to, no one to offer you companionship. What better proof of your tyrannical ways than your own isolation? Shut your damn mouth! You wretched man! How many times have you been betrayed? Have you found anyone you can trust after all your old friends proved you couldn't even count on them? Oh, for God's sake, quit babbling already! Solitude will be your constant companion for the rest of your days. And should you let your guard down even for a moment, know that 100 men lie in wait, ready to plunge their blades into your back. Your attendants dream of a day they can sneak poison past your taster. Shut up! Oh, you poor, pathetic child. How much misery and stress have you brought up by yourself because you let your dreams run amok? Clawing your way up in a world much, much too big for you. Be gone, damn you! But my lord, I heard a huge crash. Lord, how many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my chambers? Forgive me, but I was afraid you might be in. Can take care of myself, damn it. Don't make me say it again. Yes, sir. To hell with you. We're nothing alike. I'm making their lives better, not worse. I am not a tyrant. I started relying on alcohol to rid myself of the phantom. When I was drunk enough, I didn't have to see anything. I didn't dream, I didn't have nightmares. And most importantly, I didn't have to think. Smooth brain, just like me. There were times I couldn't be sure whether I was in my right mind. There were times I was so panicked I wanted to scream my throat raw. But there was never a time when I was safe showing that weakness. I knew from experience it would only put me at risk. I couldn't complain to anyone. Couldn't ask anyone for help. I couldn't believe in anyone. Orlun's dying words came back to me again and again. Stay strong and ever high of heart. What does it even mean to be high of heart, though? Certainly had nothing to be proud of. Not having spent my early years a filthy, impoverished slum rat. Not having spearheaded a violent revolution and stolen the throne. Not this farce of a tale about me secretly being a noble. I hadn't been raised to be a lord. I hadn't been taught to have proud, noble spirit. It was likely what Olin had wanted to impart upon me. The nature of a ruler. People automatically respect a man who is truly dignified and noble. They instinctively admire him, kneeling out of wholehearted honor. And that's what makes a true king. Not knowing the first thing about how to be that kind of man, I fell back on the only alternative that came to mind. Forced them to kneel beneath my iron fist. 2 years under Odilon's tutelage was nowhere near long enough to instill in me the natural nobility I needed. Thus was I left to be tormented by this accursed phantom whenever alone and played the ruthless ruler otherwise. In my attempt to mask the fear lurking within, I grew louder and more ostentatiously contemptuous. Practically every other word out of my mouth was an insult. The old Jacopo was long gone, and Lord Barnier had crept in to take his place. It was gradual enough that I hardly realized it was happening, but now, all I saw in the mirror was the face of a cruel, wretched man. I even came to hate my whole self, think him foolish. Kind of a vapid, nebulous dream was, I wanted to go out into the world. What basis did I have for thinking myself any more significant than any other kid on the streets? And where the hell did I get the idea that having influence meant having freedom? I barely even take care of myself. Where did I get off on thinking a little power would let me protect the people I cared about? What about now? What fundamentally did I even want now? Why did I have to protect? Nothing. It was too far gone. There was no light to be found no matter how far I marched this path, and only a bottomless abyss waited at my back. I had left myself with nowhere to return to. Wow. 4 years already? Before I knew it, nearly 4 years had passed since the revolution. By then, not a soul dared defy my will. I was surrounded by people who supported my every decision. Few of them genuinely agreed with me on everything, obviously, but no one could deny how much growth I had brought about, and so long as I continued to produce results, I would continue to have their outward support. As a trading hub, the city flourished, but the citizens were less than thrilled about the work I was doing. The poorest, especially, seemed to hold a great deal of enmity for me. But it was reaching the point where I couldn't manage on the support of the upper crust alone. Simply dumping sacks of coin to the streets wouldn't end poverty, though, and increasing taxes on imported goods would undermine everything I had built up. Lacking an actual solution, all I could do was work to make them feel like they were better off than they actually were. Fortunately, it was much easier to pull the wool over the middle and lower classes' eyes than it was the better educated upper class. I started by building public recreational facilities, which citizens had priority access to, and then I turned my eyes toward religion. About a year earlier, as a part of the city's expansion, a bridge was built across the river that served as the city's effective border. A church had still not been established in that new district, so I wanted to build one and gather a following. Conveniently enough, my predecessor had been in the process of building a second manor on the other side of the river, and with a little bit of work, it could easily be repurposed into a church. Once people started making use of the church, it would be simple to win their favor by making myself known as a generous patron. Faith was the ultimate blinder for the uneducated, and history showed time and again that religion could be a powerful tool in the right hands. But the high foreigner and merchant population in the city meant that no one particular religion had managed to take hold. The merchants especially tended to develop their own individual philosophies over the years, with few caring much for higher powers. That was a possible explanation for why the church had never had much sway in this region. There was, therefore, a chance the whole thing would just be a colossal waste of money. However, I had recently caught wind of a curious rumor. There was a nun serving in a small church at the far edge of town, who people had come to refer to as the Saintess.
Money! Come here, Sister Money!
Oh, what is it?
They picked some flowers for you!
I know, my child voice is great, I know. Shut up.
Take a look! They're so pretty!
Oh, why, thank you. They're beauty.
Ah! Get it away from me! She actually fell for it, little stupid
Dumb bitch!
Hey now, how many times I have to tell you it's not nice to trick people and call them dumb bitches. You're too much fun to tease, Sister Marie. That's hardly an excuse. It's still wrong. I'm your big sister here, so you need to treat me like... Ah, there's a bug in your dress. No way, where is it? Get it off. Someone get it off me. Just kidding, there's nothing there. Get back here, little rascals.
So her name's Marie. Not quite what was envisioned of the so-called Saintess. She seeks out orphans to take into her care and offers food for the hungry, shelter for the homeless, and rest for the weary. And where exactly do the funds for that come from? She covers all herself, supposedly. I highly doubt she has that kind of money just sitting around. Look at the building. It's practically falling apart. Wait a second, I get it. She makes use of all the church's resources to fund her charity. That is correct, my lord. You're really so foolish as to not realize that's unsustainable. The locals are quite fond of her, but the same cannot be said of the priests and other nuns. Her work is causing them great financial stress. I'm not surprised. Shall I summon her? No, don't bother. I've seen more than enough. Yes, my lord. What? You have something to say? No, my lord. I simply find it curious you would take the time to come all the way out here when you have far more important work to attend to. Not that I would ever imply your judgment is anything other than impeccable, my lord. I just thought this Saintess might be someone I knew. Pardon? But I was mistaken. They didn't call her the Saintess because she does God's work. They just call her that because she's a damned goody two-shoes. So much for words have an actual meaning, Christ. I see. Lord Barnier? There's nothing. I'm heading back now. Yes, sir.
Ah, Marie! The giant man's here! Come on now, be polite.
Giant man. Good day, Marie. Kids seem to be doing quite well.
Oh, you have no idea. So well, in fact, that this little hooligan found himself a whole handful of bugs.
Goodness, he about scared me out of my skin. The mischief is a good thing. Their smiles wouldn't be half as bright as any other orphanage. Not sure about that. In any case, here's what I learned this week.
No, I keep telling you that's not necessary.
But you do accept Tithys, no? Tithys, I never know how to pronounce this.
Yes, but still.
I know it's hardly enough to cover what you need, but please.
No, that's not what I mean. It's your money, you should use it for yourself.
I have nothing to use it on. You put it on much better use than I ever could.
Alright, thank you. But try not to work yourself too hard, okay?
I promise.
Goodness, you really do make a lot in a week. I didn't realize carpentry paid so well.
Indeed. I'm fortunate enough to have found good work.
Sim. Carpintaria. Okay. Maybe I'll leave the church and take up carpentry myself. Just kidding.
You kid, but you do quite well for yourself. You're strong enough to carry me at least.
That took every last bit of strength I had.
Who's that man? Knowing all the foreigners we get here, I've never seen anyone who looks like that. He's a frequent visitor to this church, though he does not appear to come out for the charity. An Oriental, perhaps? Oriental? My former consul told me of them once. Vagrants from the Far East who supposedly look much like that man. So curious. May be able to fool the nun, but I know damn well no carpenter in the world makes that much in a week. There's something fishy about him. Look into that man. Tell me anything you find out about him. Yes, Lord Bonnier. Now I'm heading back. In addition to the renovations for the church and gathering intel on the Far Eastern man, I made sure to keep an eye. Whoa, that came out. I made sure to keep an eye out for any unusual rumors or happenings outside the city's borders. Of all the reports I received, the one that caught my attention was word of a witch who lives by a lake. Oh, here comes. This lakeside witch supposedly had miraculous powers, allowing her to cure any ailment, and the effect was transmitted through her blood. This wasn't the first time I had heard of the witch, an elderly woman who prepared and sold medicinal herbs, but I hadn't realized she also traded in miracles. It sounded like a bunch of snake oil to me, but she had allegedly cured a deathly ill young girl and started to make quite a name for herself. But on top of that, they also said the sound of the witch's first cry had ended the years-long drought in the village where she was born. This doesn't bode well. But no, my lord. Try using your damn hand once in a while, would you? Two competing denominations forming so close together? You don't see how that could lead to all sorts of headaches? The objective is to unify the people under a single banner, to which I then pledge my support in their favor. But all becomes moot if their faith turns towards the switch. People do love their heroes and miracles after all. It's quite an attractive proposition, I must say. I'm mocking them, you buffoon! I beg your pardon. The chances of it growing into something actually worth worrying about are slim. Better to snuff the flame out before it spreads than sit back and hope it burns itself out. Better leave it in order for her to see the operation then. That would be best. Actually, no, I'll deal with this personally. You just keep your mouth shut and do exactly as you're ordered. Nothing more, nothing less. Understood? Yes, Lord. To start. Summon the men from the church. A few days later, I was standing face to face with a man in my audience room. He seemed much less personable in person than when I had seen him with the nun. Stone-faced, cold, and faintly smelled of blood. Not that I could actually smell blood. There was an animalistic air emanating from him. That much I had expected, though. I knew before summoning him that he was anything but a respectable man. I take it you're the Oriental man who's seen buzzing around a local church of late? That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damn respect. Apologies. Not very familiar with local customs or language. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. Ha! I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you this one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work, being an ex-slave. So I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, you're not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical, then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? Absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you've got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with a church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite a name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. You're right about that. She is. Ha! The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create fruit from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes.
To help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church. One where she has complete control to do what she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps, you really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. How does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning this blood into a miracle elixir, which he will then distribute to patrons of the church, in exchange for tithes, of course. Settling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoners would love Saint Taz handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. In turn, you make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. Will be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it will cost for everyone here to come out happy. So what will it be? Will you help? Or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've got to rid the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower on her grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you hesitated at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume you understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. You even have a conscience? Don't like you are any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. Oh, do you now? I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean you're as much as a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. That man's right. You're nothing but a murderer. How deep has the blood seeped into your hands? How many have you killed, claiming their lives necessary sacrifices? How many more will die for your ambition? Spirit, that poor witch, blessed with the power to perform miracles only to win the attention of the villainous lord. It must be done. I don't have to explain myself to you. Not like the old hag has long to live anyway. What the hell is villainous about having her spend her final days for the greater good of the city? So many lives will be improved at the cost of only one. You could be telling yourself that, boy. What you're doing is no different than my banquet. You're cut from the same cloth as the man standing before you. The same cloth as me. Be gone, Phantom. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate or whatever condescend to your level. Damn it. It's the first time he's showing up with someone else around. At least you behaved yourself today. Pretty sure you're smarter than most people I deal with. And you won't betray me either. Who knows how much longer he'll leave though. Hey. Don't touch it until I say so. Oh, quit pounding me like that. You're the Lord's dog. Stand tall and proud. Alright, here you are. Wake up. Was that good save? I swear, so much work just to get myself a damn drink of water. When I heard about the Saint Taz, I thought it might be you, but it was someone else. Never to get around to resuming the search after Odilon passed. There's no one around I can trust with such a sensitive task. So it's probably for the best if I never do find you. We can go back to the way we were before. Not that there's much chance you're even still alive.
If by some strange chance you are still alive, what would you think of the man I've become? Oh, Jacopo, eu tenho péssimas notícias pra você. Several days later than originally planned, the Far Eastern man finally arrived at the mansion. I had arranged to meet with him on the uppermost level of the observation tower on the church grounds. Uh-oh. No, not, no, I don't know, man. I don't want to see it. So sad. Oh, man. You know that thing of you know what's happened, you know what's gonna happen, but you still don't want to see it. Just, I don't like this. About time. The man appeared before me, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. I had ordered the use of his sack, afraid he might be foolish enough to actually drag the old woman all the way here. There's your witch. Threw the bag to the ground, causing the woman inside to let out a muffled grunt. Didn't sound like an elderly woman's voice, though. The stench. Tell me you didn't harm a dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me to not kill her. Mistakes were made. Things were lost. Damn it. I cleaned up all the blood it got on me. No one suspected anything. Even farther gone than I imagined. Could have been clearer in my instructions. But I suppose it doesn't matter much. I'm not going to live long either way. That you were able to immediately recognize that the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. Fighting back a sigh, I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. I felt slightly sorry for the woman, but the feeding didn't last long. I had seen too many bloodied, mangled bodies, both dead and alive, to be faced by one more. I crouched down to untie the bag. And a young girl came tumbling free. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. It had been 4 years. But no length of time could wipe from my memory those patches on her face, or those breathtaking golden eyes. But why? How? What was she doing inside the bag? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that? Morgana. It was pale as death, shaking visibly. Confusion seized me. Clouds of swirling darkness formed before my eyes. The first thought that came to mind was that he had gotten the wrong person. I had only ordered her captured because I thought the witch was by the lake. An old woman. If I had known she was a young girl. Oh, fuck you, Jacopo. God, go fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. Oh, it was an old woman. It would be a problem. Go eat a dick. Let alone her. I would never give him the command. But those thoughts led nowhere. I was simply trying to avoid facing reality. Trying to place the blame on anyone but myself. I couldn't take back what had already been done. I couldn't change it. There she was. The girl who had once won my affection. Lying in a ball on the cold stone with an arm missing. It didn't matter how we had gotten here, or what I had felt about her. There was no fixing what I had done. She looked up at me, the source of the muttering above her. Her eyes were open almost frighteningly wide, and they wandered aimlessly, unfocused to the point I wasn't sure she was seeing anything at all. I felt a tinge of madness in her. Is that you? The words spilled from her lips so soft they barely reached my ears. Hardly a trace of the beautiful singing voice from my memory remained. It was hoarse and raspy, every sound seemingly laced with an unfathomably deep, pitch black hatred for all existence. Do you remember me? Would she even be able to recognize me anymore? How could I ever forget? Morgana, she remembered me? The days were spent together, the kind of person I had been, the boy who refused to give up putting ointment on her face, all our friends, those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard, her taking shots at me, me taking shots at her. Did she really remember all the time we had shared? How could I ever forget? All the pain and humiliation you put me through. What? How could I ever forget the blood salvage you loved so much? No. But what? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you? Maybe scars on every region of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood. I couldn't even begin to process the words I was hearing. They were little more than angry, meaningless shouts crashing into me. What the hell was she saying? Did she think it was someone else? Did she think it was him? That I was Barnier? No. No, Morgana. That wasn't me. I wasn't the man that caused you so much agony. Look at the girl. You really claim you haven't caused her pain? You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. No, it wasn't man. He rescued from him, wanted to shout, but he couldn't gather the strength to force up a single word. Only gasps of air came from my lips. It was like I had been robbed of my voice. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I gave you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana. When I finally managed to produce a sound, it was barely more audible than a whisper. In a frenzy, I made to reach out for her, when I noticed a pair of narrow eyes glaring at me. It was not aware in the wish, Lord. Huh? Know her? I don't just know her. She's Morgana. Ele, bom, a gente chama o cara dos directs de Yukimasu, mas é literalmente o Yukimasu. Tipo, é literalmente o Yukimasu. Então a gente chamaria do cara direct. She's a girl This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body. No. She's not wrong. There was another man. You have become the man to her. Him not, Barnier. You hear yourself, boy. You're the rightful heir to your name, are you not? That's what you said when you stole the throne from me. This man ruined my life. How will you respond, boy? Will you say it wasn't you? Can you say it wasn't you? How will you convince her? She's clearly not in her right mind. Would she even understand it if you revealed the truth? Can you do that, though it won't make it through to her? Will you tell her you're nothing more than a slum rat, a usurper, that you deceived your way into power, that everything you built up over those years was all a lie? Did you kill your farmer friends for nothing? Did the older one died for nothing? That you endured betrayal after betrayal for nothing? You have the spine to say it, boy. All the sacrifices you made, all the pain you suffered to make it here, could all come crumbling down the moment you do. What will it be, false lord? Is a girl worth it? Is sharing the truth with this half-dead girl on the brink of madness worth losing everything you worked so hard to accomplish? Make your choice. What's the matter, Lord? Yes, I know her.
or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. What do I want to do? Obviously. Why on earth? This doesn't change anything. He locked the witch up and proceeded as planned. Did I make this choice? Congratulations, boy! Thus concludes the inheritance of the lame old body. 4 years earlier. I'm taken back to the past. To play some shitty games like this. It wasn't until I lost everything that I truly understood just how blessed I had been. How much time with them had allayed my wounded spirit, and how hard they had worked to mold me into an ordinary girl. But that was all gone now. I may not have said as much, but I liked it there. I was quite fond of the tranquility. I didn't want to lose it. I wanted to be happy as much as anyone else. I'd long lost track of how far I had walked. My legs were stiff, and my knees didn't want to bend anymore. It took all my effort to remain upright, and was certain I would never get back up if I did fall down. I still couldn't wrap my mind around what had happened. It was all so sudden, all so horribly senseless. It was so mind-bogglingly horrendous. Part of me refused to believe it was anything more than a bad dream, and that was what kept me walking. Because if I did accept it as reality, I would lose what remained of my will to live. It was supposed to be a party. The girls got together to celebrate my birthday, making food and treats that, while hardly extravagant, were still a significant improvement over what we usually had. Everyone was laughing. Part of me was irritated by the whole affair, because I had never been comfortable in such lively environments. We were celebrating me, my birthday. I should have been overjoyed. Maybe this was my punishment for being so unappreciative. As soon as I stepped out, bandits raided the brothel. Had I stayed there but a few minutes longer, things likely would have turned out quite differently. Whether for better or worse, I couldn't begin to guess, but at the very least I probably wouldn't be here alone. Could have gone with them to the next life. During the raid, a man grabbed me, and I lost consciousness almost immediately after. When I awoke, I was in a foul-smelling carriage. People were packed in the carriage like livestock. There were dozens of them, every inch of usable space filled with the body. Looking out across the cramped space, I knew instinctively I was on my way to becoming a slave. Once, I had been sold off as a saint, a highly valuable commodity. This time around I was cheap, expendable labor. I was filled with an overwhelming emptiness as the realization struck. Something resembling sorrow wavered about in the void as well. But it wasn't sadness for my own predicament. It broke my heart knowing I would never see them again. But everyone I had to thank for all those warm, peaceful days had either been killed or sold off. In time, the sadness swelled to form tears in my eyes. My whole life I had managed to endure without crying, and the first time I did, I shed tears to someone else. The man sitting next to me asked, "Why are you crying?" To which I answered, "I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people very dear to me." If that had been the end of our conversation, I wouldn't be here, hobbling down this endless road alone. I wouldn't be, covered in so much blood. Some time after I had responded, the man suddenly stood up and murdered the guards and slave traders. At first, the other slaves thought they were saved. For a moment I believed so too. He was a very curious-looking man. His eyes smaller and narrower than ours, his nose a different shape. I had never seen anyone who looked like him before. All I knew was that he wasn't from around here. The man, wielding a sword stolen from a guard, stretched through the slave trader's clothes for the keys to our shackles, which he gave to me and made me free his hands, before proceeding to kill the slaves. I stood aghast as the massacre unfolded before me. Blood pooled at my feet, severed limbs were strewn about the carriage. Bodies piled up haphazardly, many having only had enough time for their eyes to go wide in shock before being cut down. Men, women, children, everyone equals at the end of his blade. The strange-looking man laughed as he slaughtered the slaves. He laughed and laughed, like he was having the time of his life. And when he was done, he stepped out of the carriage and wandered off, leaving me alone, the sole survivor. I had witnessed so much death in so short a time. Cruel, meaningless violence, its victims powerless to resist. And here I stood among the bodies, left alive. For some inexplicable reason, left alive. The screams, the despair, the pleas, the death, the laughter, all reverberating inside my head. Oh Father who art in heaven, please give me your mercy. I cannot take it anymore. I pray, free me from this pain. My spirit was about at its breaking point. I was certain that I too would sink into the bottomless abyss. If I kept all these emotions inside me much longer. I walked and walked and walked and walked. No food, no water, my exhaustion at its peak, my mind in a complete haze. And off in the distance, I caught sight of a lake. Thirsty. Water. I began hobbling in the general direction of the lake, not caring that it took me off the main road. Bandits could have assailed me, wild animals may be their prey. None of that mattered to me anymore. At least then I wouldn't have had to walk anymore. For better or worse, I made it to the lake unmolested. The water was clear as crystal and seemed to sparkle like one as well. As soon as it was within reach, I dropped to my knees and drank, my thirst seemingly insatiable. The blood covering me had dried several days earlier, but its bitter stench lingered. So after a brief glance about my surroundings, I washed myself. The chill of the midwinter lake water and occasional gusts of wind pierced me to my very bones. No one in their right mind would bathe in this weather. The common sense and the chattering of my teeth didn't stop me. I wanted only to be clean again, and the frigid water felt like it would strip everything away, leaving my body and spirit new and unsullied. Once I was satisfied, I came to the belated realization that a small cottage sat on the lakeside. There is smoke coming from the chimney. Maybe there's someone inside. It could be someone bad though. Maybe it would be safer to stay away. But who knows when I might find someone else. Excuse me, anyone there? Hello? Door is unlocked. It was so warm inside. The heat from the fire seeped into my chilled flesh, reddening slowly. I almost burst into tears again. Sitting before the fireplace was an old woman. A cauldron hung above the flames, bubbling with a curious colored liquid. "Ma'am?" The woman merely sat there, her head drooped. Slowly I approached her, half certain of what I would find, and placed my hand on her shoulder. She was dead, and I hardly so much as batted an eye at the sight of yet another corpse. In fact, she looked like she had passed quite peacefully by comparison. How blessed she was. There was no sign bandits had been rooting through the cottage. Presumably, she had fallen asleep and passed away naturally while in the middle of concocting something. Looking around the room, I found myself surrounded by countless items I couldn't begin to identify. Plants of all colors hanging from the ceiling to dry. Berries, crushed and stored in small glass bottles. Were I to guess, the old woman made her living off herbal medicines. Having gotten a good look around the room, I thought that perhaps I had been guided here. If my father had led me to this place, he would not frown upon me for doing what was necessary to make use of it. So I dragged the old woman's corpse from the cottage and pushed it into the lake. If I didn't take up residence in the cottage, someone else eventually would, but it would just be left to deteriorate. And I would rather take the opportunity bestowed upon me to have a place to rest my weary soul. As the woman's body sank into the clear lake, a realization struck me. I hadn't crossed myself. A few days after I moved into the cottage, a man came to the door. Apparently, he had been a customer of the woman's, a witch by trade. He was looking for more medicine. When I spoke to him through the door, he gave a short gasp and said, "Who are you? Where's the witch?" I'm her granddaughter. She is not presently home." "Oh, never knew the old lady had kids. When is she gonna be back?" Not for some time." "Well then, know much about herbs, girl?" "What?" "As long as I can get my medicine, I don't really care who supplies it. Doesn't matter. I'll still pay." "One moment, please." My knowledge of herbology was essentially non-existent, but if there was a possibility I could make a living off it, there was no reason for me not to try. I asked the man to give me as much information about the herbs he had been receiving, color, texture, smell, anything, and rummaged about until I found something that fit the description. The entire exchange occurred through the barely cracked door. The man paid me as promised, but I quickly realized that money wasn't of much use to me, as I had no intention of returning to the city. So I told him that in the future I would trade for supplies, which he happily agreed to. A few days later, another man called upon the cottage. But unlike the first man, he sounded crude and uncivilized. Didn't want to cut off a potential source of supplies though, so I handed him the medicine he requested. But when I did, he let out a low snicker and said, "Why you said look after ya, Gully?" Then shoved his hand in through the crack in the door and grabbed my wrist. "Yeah, ain't fooling me. The heck's that? It's just you, ain't it? Little guys like you need someone to look after. Make sure no bad man threaten ya." Every word that came from his mouth oozed with sleaze. I knew what would happen if he got the door open. "Let go!" "Hello." I aimed my arm back with all my strength, slammed the door shut, and set the bar. But even that wasn't enough to quell my uneasiness, so I put a chair against it as well. The man pounded on the door, each slam of his fist causing the whole room to vibrate.
Over yet much, huh, girly? Come on, open up. I still ain't paid you yet. Brought something real nice too. Open up, I want you to have it. I don't need your payment. I am never doing business with you again, so please get off my property. Wanna say that again? You got a lot of nerve, eh, you little bitch? Open that damn door. You don't wanna know what will happen if you don't. You got more for sale than just back to the lease, don't you? Open a fucking door! Stay quiet, Morgana. The best way to handle people like him is just not to respond. Got for nothing, you. One day you'll learn your lesson. This world eats a little girly like you right up. After giving the door one final parting kick, the man stormed off loudly, grumbling about how stupid and ungrateful I was all the while. I didn't deserve a word of his cursing, but at the same time, I couldn't bring myself to be upset about it. He was right. The world would not be kind to a young girl living on her own. Not so long as men like him roamed free. I paced before the fireplace, my mind racing. Can't be sure I'm safe anywhere, not even here. But going back to the city isn't an option. Not while the Lord lives to keep throwing his blood sabbats. Everyone who might have protected me is gone. I have to make it on my own now. I have to be very careful about opening the door.
I could be attacked again. Worse. I mean, most men would probably run as soon as they saw my face. But most doesn't mean all. There are some up there who will go after anyone. I can't let my guard down while I'm doing business, not even for a second. Man or woman, everyone is a potential threat. I'll make it on my own. I don't need anyone else. Me and only me. And out here has really shown me just how sheltered I was at the brothel. How kind everyone was. How peaceful my life was. Just want to go back. Oh, stop it, Morgana. You're stronger than that. I put enough wood up on a fire for it to last a whole night, then curled up into a ball and slept beside it. For the first time in my life, solitude frightened me. Morgana? Were you planning to sleep all day? Come on, you're not Jaren. Huh? About time. Morning. A little of it remains anyway. What does that look? Still waking up? What are you doing here? Excuse me. Why would I not be here? That doesn't answer my question. How did you even... Little bird told me where to find you. So you survived? I looked at you. No, but still, you thought you were killed during the raid. I may not be as good with a sword as someone, but you know I'm no pushover. Wasn't going to let a bunch of bandits get the best of me. What, were you worried? Seriously? And here I thought all you knew how to do was damage of the fires of hell. Was I worried? Of course I was, you oblivious dolt! I never actually meant it when I said you should be cast into hell. Of course I want to see you alive. Of course, it would hurt me to lose you. I'm sorry, that was callous of me. I was afraid I would never see you again. I thought I had lost everything. Everyone. I was scared to death. Well, no need to cry. You're tougher than that. I'm not crying. If you say so. And what do you mean I'm tougher than that? Who do you think I am, made of stone? First, you try to pretend I'm a normal girl, and now you act like some kind of heartless creature. Make up mine already. I'm sorry, really. You're a perfectly ordinary girl, Morgana. Can you see that looking at my face? I'm looking at it right now. Even though I'm a mean-spirited, bitter little girl? Even though you're a mean-spirited, bitter little girl. So it's nice to acknowledge it. Oh, but in hell. Say, I want to ask you something. And I want you to not call me weak for it this time. Let's hear it. Will you stay with me? I don't want to be alone anymore. It terrifies me. Yeah, absolutely. I'll stay right here forever. You know we won't be able to accomplish your dreams out here, right? And you're fine with that? You bet. You told me to stay, and stay I will. We live right on a lake, and there's some mountains nearby. All things considered, it's not a bad location. We can plant some crops, go fishing in the lake, crawl out on the grass under the starry sky. Sounds like a pretty good life to me. And maybe sometimes you could sing a little song, and I'll sit there and listen quietly. Or if you want some accompaniment, you can procure some instruments. That sound as nice to you as it does to me. Nothing, seriously? What else could you want? How about... No. That's more than enough. Yes. If I could have a life like that, it would have made every misfortune in my life worth suffering. Man! He's not here. It was a dream. What else could it have been? He's dead, just like everyone else. They all died in a raid. And if he was alive, he wouldn't come looking for me. A childish dream. Fight it, Morgana. You cannot cry over a simple dream. You are the daughter of God. Your tears are only to be shed for others, not yourself. I pounded my fists against the floor again and again and again, sobbing like a petulant child. I had never cried like this before, not as I witnessed men, women, and children being slaughtered, not when I was taken from my home, not when I was chained up and tortured by the Lord. It wasn't until I realized just how much I needed that warmth, and that I would never have it again, that my spirit hit rock bottom, finding and then losing happiness, but worse than anything else. I wish I had never known happiness. I wish no one had ever shown me kindness. Not if it means I have to go through this. I wish I had never known what it was like to be normal. I could have just stayed the daughter of God my whole life. Then I wouldn't be feeling like this. I never knew crying like that. So exhausting. But I never want to experience it again. I want to go back to who I used to be. A saint. If I didn't know happiness, I wouldn't have to feel like this. I just have to forget it all. That part of my life that never happened. No peace, no rest. Only trials from my father. That is all I have ever known. It's not hard. Just don't think about those years. They won't have to cry like this ever again. It's for the best. It's my only choice. See, I was alright. I was always right. I never was. I never will be normal. The only ones who will offer me salvation are God or one of His angels. And so I did precisely that. I led a solitary life. I did all my business hidden behind the cottage door. Yet I sent away anyone who wasn't here for medicine. Once, a mounted man in armor rode up to the cottage. Man, he looked like a knight, but I had no interest in getting involved with anyone who went around carrying weapons. I was responsible for my own safety, so I had to be careful about who I opened my door to. I had to be extra careful about who I dealt with, but I didn't feel sad or lonely about it. By making that mind normal, there was nothing to lament, which meant old memories served no purpose but to cause me pain. So I endeavored to push them far away into the depths of my mind. I couldn't simply discard my memories of what the Lord had done to me, of course, or of all the wonderful people I had met at the brothel. But as time tracked on, they faded into almost nothing. I couldn't describe what any one person's voice sounded like, how they acted around me, what kind of person they were, the things we did together, what they looked like, what their name was, anything of importance. I knew good and well it was callous to forget about the people who had shown me so much kindness and warmth, but I would never see them again, and thinking about them only brought me pain, so there was no point in remembering. It was all I could do to make it by. Nearly 4 years had passed since I had assumed the role of the Lakeside Witch. My 16th birthday was approaching, but my age was perhaps the only thing I had in common with an ordinary teenage thick girl. Although if I had grown up like any other girl, and spent my childhood as a saint before being held captive by the Lord and made to witness countless people's deaths, that would probably mean there was something deeply wrong with me. By that point, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I built high walls around myself, keeping my contact with the outside world as terse and pragmatic as possible. With each passing day, my voice grew more monotonous, my interactions following a well-rehearsed script. My customers didn't make any attempt to force their way to my shell either. I began to suspect they might think me not a witch by trade, but that I had actually formed a pact with the devil and worked his dark magic. No one said as much, but I could sense what seemed to be fear in their voices when they came to me. On the other hand, I never had anyone else try to force themselves into the cottage like the man 4 years earlier, so I would have to say I had a rather peaceful life. We considered a life in which no one wanted anything to do with you peaceful, that is. I had also come to learn a fair bit about herbology. I could now make my own medicines, rather than just making do what was already here when I moved in. Although a fair bit still amounted to almost nothing when compared to what my predecessor was capable of. Nonetheless, I had a relatively solid grasp on what herbs to use to treat different symptoms, enough to formally assume the name of the Lakeside Witch, at least. And so, time flowed on, uneventful and quiet, until one day when a young man showed up at my door. Excuse me, is anyone home? I knew right away that he was a new customer, though who had traded with me before bothered with such pleasantries anymore. They wanted the process to be quick and frictionless, and I preferred it that way as well. Who's there? When he responded from behind the door, he seemed to be taken back. After several moments with no answer, I tensed up slightly and repeated the question. Ah! My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. He has a very pretty voice. I was told that the person who lives here is a skilled herbalist. Could I please get something to treat her? What are his symptoms? She's got an extremely high fever that I won't come down. She has no appetite. She's only drinking water. She can't get out of bed. Everyone always seems to be looking for medicine for themselves. I haven't had a customer like him some time now. Give her a hug, Shannon. We're going to want to lower her fever first. After that, get her on a nutritious diet. I'm going to give you 2 medications. Give her the first while her fever's high, and the second after it's calmed down. Thank you very much. When was the last time someone thanked me? Yastri já bateu na volta de apresentação.
Yastri já bateu na volta de apresentação, Kat.
Como assim volta de apresentação? Não começa 1 hora? Na outra volta de sair dos boxes? Uau! Sério? Puta que pariu!
Here's your medicine. It's powdered, so mix it with some water and have your sister drink it. I'm not going to open the door any wider. Is that necessary?
No, sorry.
Just a second, let me get your money. Ah. I take supplies for my services, not money.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry. This is all I have on me today. Would you maybe be willing to accept this as a payment today?
Very well. Is that a gold coin? Those herbs aren't worth nearly this much. Who is this man? And what on earth is he doing here at a witch's cottage? In any other situation, I wouldn't have been tempted to look. What if he saw me? He would think of me disgusting, ridicule me like everyone else. It didn't hurt knowing what people thought of me, but it was hardly pleasant hearing it vocalized either. And what if he decided to do something at that moment that dropped my guard? He could force the door open, have his way with me. He doesn't seem like that kind of man, though. Trust was about the farthest thing from my mind when interacting with people these days. É uma reação pro Piastri isso aí, né, pode. I always remained on high alert, keeping a safe distance from everyone, no matter how good they appear on the surface. But for some reason, I felt strangely comfortable in this young man's presence. At the time, I couldn't have explained why, but in retrospect, I imagine it was largely a result of his upbringing. He spoke in a clear, well-enunciated voice. He had a polite, friendly air about him, which I could feel even through the door. He wasn't the sort of well-mannered you could fake with a bit of practice, nor the sort you encounter out in the middle of some nowhere. Curiosity took hold of me. I had to know what he looked like. I wasn't going to throw the door open, of course, and I had no intention of inviting him in either. I just wanted to get a little peek at him through the crack in the door. So I opened it ever so slightly wider than usual and he reached out to take his payment. Ah. Oh no, he saw me. Wow. I didn't think you would be so young. I guess you were a little older. What? Thank you for doing business with me. And I'm sorry for not coming properly prepared. If I need any more, I'll be sure to bring supplies next time. Alright. Again, I really appreciate it. Have a nice day. You too. He saw my face and he wasn't disgusted. He actually smiled. I was so caught off guard. I thought for a second that maybe my face had healed. So I ran over to the water basin and a glimmer of hope in my heart gazing at my reflection. But the face looking back at me was the same as always. A grotesque, unsightly, patchy mass. Part of me was disappointed. More than anything, I was flabbergasted by what had just happened. How could he smile at the sight of this face? For a split second, my mind slid back in time 4 years. The man who had applied ointment to my face, he had never seemed disturbed by my appearance either. Not long afterward, the young man called upon my cottage again, said that the medicine had briefly released his sister's symptoms, but that it had failed to actually cure what ailed her. Herbal medicine required patience and persistence before its effects manifested, I informed him, to which he responded with a sad smile. He was a handsome young man, not far from what I imagined from his voice, and the smile suited him quite well. There was a quite distinct elegance emanated from him. Red clothing aside, it was about how I envisioned a fairy tale prince might look, though I knew quite well those only existed in fiction. Real nobles were terrible, miserable, reprehensible people. After a few visits, we started having little conversations outside of our business transactions. He told me his name, Mel, as well as his sister, Nellie, and I told him mine. Mel was 17, only a year older than me, and one day, he invited me outside for a walk. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. Got this beautiful lake right here. What do you think we say take a little walk around the shoreline? I was going to turn him down, but my mouth seemed to disagree with my mind. The next thing I knew, I was taking a walk with someone for the first time in years. Although with might be something of a stretch, I kept a safe distance from him as we walked. Mel seemed disappointed with my unwillingness to get any closer, but I couldn't bring myself to trust him that much yet. Nonetheless, it was a momentous enough occasion that I felt justified describing it as such. I'm sure I made him uncomfortable on numerous occasions during our walks. To say I acted disagreeably would be an understatement. Anytime he closed the gap between us, I stepped a little farther away. Every response I gave was cut, and I repeatedly shot him down whenever he started getting wistful or sentimental. The Morgana of 4 years prior might have been a little softer with him, a little more human. Maybe she would have given me a little smile or a pout instead. But that girl was long gone. I despised the humanity that had once started taking root in me, and I endeavored to be something different again. In one instance, he heard a robin chirping and said, "If I had wings like a bird, maybe I could be free too," to which I responded, There is not a single creature living in this world that is free. Birds regularly get shot down by hunters or preyed on by larger birds. The idea that they are free is nothing more than an immense short-sighted delusion. Sorry, I guess. No, I should be apologizing. I wasn't trying to attack you. I simply lack the ability to properly empathize with others. I do not understand people. So please, if I say something that upsets you or makes you feel uncomfortable, don't assume that was my intention. Sure. Maybe you're hiding it, or maybe you just don't know it yet. But I think you got more empathy than you're letting on. Surely you can't say nothing affects you at all. You are human. At one point that was true, though it was perhaps somewhat difficult for others to see. I felt great beauty in the world when I knelt before the gravestones, but such sentiments have long since been lost to me. So, you don't have to be so closed off. I might not be able to do much for you, but I do want to get to know you better. I want to understand you. So if you ever feel like talking about yourself, just know that you've got an eager pair of ears here. Okay? There were ever someone who can understand me. There were ever someone who can understand what I am now. Who can empathize with me. Had been through trials as great as mine. They would not be human. What do you mean? That you would need to be far removed from any idea of humanity to have a chance at understanding me. Regardless, I do appreciate your kind words. Sure. So, out of curiosity, do you have anyone really important to you in your life? Not at the moment. Does that mean you used to? I'd love to hear about them, if you don't mind. They're all long dead. 4 years ago, something unpleasant occurred, and as a result of that, I was forced to part ways with the people who taught me that humans have the capability for kindness. Oh, I'm sorry. Well then, if your sister's condition worsens again, come see me. Farewell. Hey, maybe we could walk a little slower next time, so we have more time to talk. Once we get to know you better. I'll consider it. Alright. So long. Bye. See you soon. I was conscious of how cold and distant I was being toward him, but had no interest in changing anything. Not that I even knew how to anymore. I had never known particularly well how to choose the right words, the proper way to act in various circumstances. But what little knowledge I had possessed, I had long since lost. I assumed after the things I had said to him, Mel would never ask me on another walk again. But I was wrong. He did the very next time he came for medicine, and every time after that as well. Hey, so I was thinking, I bet you'd make a really good singer if you wanted. A singer? Yeah, I got this really pretty voice. I think it'd be nice to try using it to sing. I'm sorry, I'm a place to tell you what to do. Hardly talk. What would I think you'd want to sing? I'm glad we're on the same page. Never again. Sorry about that, really. Anyway, I wonder who first came over the idea to sing. You can brighten someone's day, or sour their mood with just the sound of your voice. Kinda amazing, don't you think? Almost like magic. Oh, and there are battle songs too, for getting soldiers fired up for combat. Battle. Well, there's a word I never expected to hear from you. I mean, I'm a guy. I admire anyone who has the strength to go to battle. I can never do it myself though. The sight of blood makes me sick. I barely know which end of a sword you're supposed to grab. You're noble, aren't you? What need do you have for knowing how to use a sword? That's what I used to think too. But now I think I should have gotten trained. I mean, I've been a soldier, but I needed to be strong. I could have avoided so much if I was. And I wouldn't have to live in a rundown shack in the middle of nowhere. As I recall, he said once that he was forced from his house after a dispute over the rightful heir was. High society sounds like endless fun. I'm sorry. I'm sure you don't care about any of this. No, you're fine. I'm the one who asked. Thanks. I want to know you. I want you to know. I really do appreciate it. It's nice to just be able to talk about this stuff to someone. You're naturally sociable. I'm sure you could find plenty of other people willing to listen. I don't get into town much. I need to run errands. I'm still kind of an outsider. You're my only friend right now. I hope that wasn't too presumptuous of me. Tell me whatever you like. Oh, thank goodness. Should do this more often, really. Talk more, get to know each other better. Become better friends. What end? No end, just... you know... Being friends is better than being alone. That's all. I see. I'll be heading back in now. See you again. Yeah, see you soon, Morgana. Little by little, his words were getting closer to reaching the old me. Not enough to provoke an actual response, of course. But that wasn't his fault. I had locked myself up too deeply. I no longer knew how to express emotions, most especially those that resulted from human warmth. However, I had regained enough of something to feel a sort of nostalgia in my interactions with Mel, and I thought perhaps, with enough time, I could go back to who I had been 4 years prior. But shortly thereafter, he threw all that into the wind with a single utterance. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. He appeared exhausted that day, much more than usual. His sister's condition had begun to worsen again. The one muttered word set off a spark in my mind. He sent me back in time, well beyond when I was taught humanity 4 years ago, to my very origin. I was a daughter of God. My blood had healing properties. In the instant I remembered that, there was only one course of action I could take. Without a moment's hesitation, I informed him that miracles did exist, that I had been born a saint, that my blood had miraculous powers, that after leaving the village of my birth, my power had only ever been misused, first by the Lord for his sick banquets, then by me for letting his lay idle so long. Now was the time for me to correct that. He was a kind-hearted young man who loved his sister, who deserved this blessing more than them. I told him everything. At first he was surprised. Never once did he accuse me of lying. He listened carefully and intently, taking in every word. And when I was finished, he said he believed me. He said he wouldn't trust his sister's care to me. Mel's sister slept upon a simple bed. She was a sweet little girl who looks like she would have been quiet-spirited if not for her ailment. Both she and her brother had beautiful flaxen hair. They looked as if they had both been yanked from a painting. Seeing them there, I wanted to do everything I could to help them, to ensure their happiness, and I knew I had the ability to do so. No longer would I be the one receiving others' charity. I could be the one giving to it again. And so I made a new cut on my mostly healed arm. For the briefest of moments, a flash of him applying ointment appeared in my mind, but I quickly cast it off. The flaxen-haired girl showed signs of recovering as a result of my miracle. The boy came to my cottage, overjoyed to thank me. I was extremely proud of myself. I felt like, for once, I had actually saved someone's life. I had finally been able to use my gift to help someone truly good. After the miracle, though, he stopped referring to me as his friend. Understandably so. No one could think of themselves as equals with someone who performs miracles. Awe, fear, reverence, were all feelings that came from the same place. An inability to think of me as a human who experienced the world the same way he did. He saw me as abnormal. I had always been fine with that. It was how it was supposed to be. Being different was what I always wanted, and in some way, it was what had kept me going. So seeing him put more and more distance between us shouldn't have bothered me in the slightest. But I continued to offer his sister my blood, no matter how distant he grew. Eventually, he stopped inviting me on walks, but that didn't matter. I would serve my duty and perform miracles regardless. He would simply knock on my cottage door and say, my sister's fallen ill again. You can perform one of the miracle? You hear the apprehension in his voice. No longer did he show me his gentle smile. No longer did we listen to the birds singing together. No longer was I the one being cold and distant. And no longer did he say, see you again, when we parted ways. Back in my village, when everyone feared and revered me as a saint, it filled me with a childish sense of superiority. There was no superiority now, only a prickling in the softened shell of my heart. I was no longer the child I had once been. I had changed. I had learned what warmth felt like. My memories of that time were vague and ethereal, but the feeling they had created lived on, deep within me. For a time, I had felt a warm familiarity around Mel, which only made me yearn for him to treat me that way again. I wanted to be able to open up to someone once more, though I never said as much out loud.
Vou aproveitar esse momento de troca de música e de cena, e eu sei exatamente o que vai acontecer, pra acabar por hoje, porque eu vou assistir Fórmula 1. Fórmula 1 finalmente está de volta e a gente vai assistir uma das piores temporadas de todos os tempos, pelo que tá dando pinta. Credo, cara, credo. Na moral, a pole desse ano ser quase 4, tipo, ser 3 segundos e meio mais lento do que a pole do ano passado. Esses carros são umas putas jamanta. O Russell literalmente perdeu 60 km por hora numa reta. Ele fez a T9 sem frear, cara. Que porra de regulamento é esse, mano? Na moral. Vai demorar quantas corridas para todos os carros conseguirem largar? Boa pergunta. Eu acho... Não. 3 corridas. Acho que 3 corridas é o bastante. Talvez ainda tenha mais alguém fazendo alguma burrada aqui ou ali, ou alguma coisa assim, mas acho que 3 corridas. Enfim. Valeu pela presença, gente. Não sei se eu vou voltar amanhã. Talvez só semana que vem. Vai depender muito. Mas sabe como é, né? Às vezes... eu só dou vontade de fazer uma stream e eu apareço. Mas eu tô pensando que eu vou estar meio ocupado amanhã com algumas coisas, então não sei se vou aparecer. De qualquer forma, valeu aí. Tchau, tchau.